Good morning. It's 9:29. We will begin the public participation portion right now because it just turned to 9:30. Welcome to those of you who have filled out a card and want to speak. And we have no one wishing to speak at this time, so we will reconvene back at 10 o'clock for the meeting. Thank you. Nope. Good morning. We will be beginning the meeting in 1 minute and 32 seconds. 1 minute and 32 seconds. Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. We're going to call the meeting of the October 30th, 2018 meeting of the Volusia County Council to order. Thank you all for being here. And at this time, we'll have the invocation by Dr. Fred Lowry, our council member, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask the council if you'd join me in standing.
Glad you reminded me, I forgot. Let's pray. Lord, thank you so much for just an awesome day. And this is an opportunity to do the things that you've called us to do. I thank you for those who have taken time to come out and attend today, those that are listening. And we just pray that we will have the wisdom that we need to make the right decisions. Just guide us in everything we do this day. May it honor you, for I ask it in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No, I don't want a pen.
Fred, we will excuse you from having to run down through here and get a Volusia County pen today. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler?
Here.
Ms. Cusack? Here. Ms. Denny's?
Here.
And Mr. Kelly.
Here. And at this time, we'll move to comments on the consent items. Does anyone wish to pull anything or make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull items O-N-O-P.
Wait a minute. O-N-O-P?
Yeah, M-O-U-S-C, N-O-P, under Water Resources and Utilities. I've spoken with Mr. Rechtenwald and staff regarding these items for presentation only.
Okay, do you want to pull it for discussion?
For discussion and presentation,
Okay.
yes.
So pull item O.
N-P.
All three of them.
It's your choice.
Pull items O, N, P. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items? Absent items O, N, and P. Motion is made. Is there a second? Seconded by Post. Any objection to the motion?
I thought that she was not, they were only for discussion, you said.
That's what I thought.
It's just for discussion and presentation.
So
So the entire
that's
consent.
comment or pulling. If you want to discuss, you want to comment on them, or do you want to pull them for total review?
I want them pulled for total review. I mean, the vote, total review, but
In other words, you're okay to vote on it
Yes.
now,
yes.
but she just wants a thorough
That's what I thought, Mr. Chair.
informational
That's what I,
presentation.
okay.
I'll second again.
Motion to accept the entire consent agenda made by Dr. Lowry, second by Ms. Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And George, you have a comment or presentation
Yeah, I
on
think,
item
well,
O?
I think the council person, Denny's, wanted to hear a little bit from Mike Ulrich, who, again, are kind of our rising superstar in water. So, and he actually warned us about this at the last meeting. He'll mention that. If you remember, we had gotten some share money, and he said he would be back to tell you what we're going to do with it. So that's part of what this is today. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, George. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources and Utilities Director. And as George mentioned, I promised I'd be back to tell you how we'd spend that money that the Water Management District gave us 2 weeks ago. So real quick on item N, which was discussed, what we just basically want to, again, this will be about a year-long process, but essentially what we're doing is we're putting transmitters on some of our existing meters, as well as replacing some in the Blue Spring Spring Shed. We have about 11,000 meters that are in that area. And what this is going to be able to do by attaching some towers or equipment to existing towers throughout the county, we're going to be able to read these meters on an hour-by-hour basis. The obvious benefit to our customers is our ability to alert them in advance of potential problems that might be calling out. We've certainly seen some of the horror stories of people that get $4,000 water bills at the end of a year and stuff like that, or at the end of a month. The nice part about this, of course, is we'll be able to detect this within 1 day's worth of use and be able to call people. We've already pilot tested this in one of our systems, the Northeast system, that serves the Halifax region. It's been very successful. We made a call to a customer yesterday that didn't know that they were using about 30 gallons of water per day or per hour throughout the entire day, and that would equate to about 20,000 gallons of water use. So we're very excited about that. Along with that, we're also going to be tracking all of the water use that we deliver to people. So this project, which is about $1 million, half of it is being funded by the Water Management District, and we look forward to being able to tell you more about the results of this over the course of the next year. With regards to items O and P, this again is an initiative that you will not see as far as a project until we know for sure that we've received a grant. However, to get that grant, there's a lot of upfront work that needs to be done in terms of design to be eligible for that grant with the Water Management District. And essentially what items O and P are contracts with our existing engineering firm, let's see, that'd be Jones Edmonds, as well as our construction contract with Wharton Smith. And they will help us co-design this so that we are, within the next 90 days, be eligible to submit a grant to the Water Management District and DEP. We right now ballpark this number at about $3 million, of which about 50% of it should be eligible for Springs Protection money. This will be a task assignment, which, warning, I'll be back in 2 more weeks after we negotiate the task assignment with Jones Edmonds to commence this design. We have a very short time frame, about 90 days, to get this thing done. But we've done it before, and I'm confident that with the firms we're working with, we'll do it again.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ulrich, I think council, we've heard this word grant in all 3 of these agenda items, and we did this again internally with staff,
That's
Mr. Rechtenwald, our strength from this department. But Mike, what I really wanted you to expound on a little bit too is what we're doing with the Deltona North wastewater treatment plant. That's really the key to all of these issues and for water quality, what we're working on.
Well, again, thank you for your constant support and interest for what we're doing. A little bit of background as to what's occurring or what occurred back in 2015 when the DEP came in and initiated a basin management action plan and total maximum loads for reducing pollution. At the time, we had 3 wastewater treatment plants in the Blue Spring Spring Shed. They were all in compliance, but none of them were in compliance in terms of reaching advanced wastewater treatment. What we essentially decided to do was, rather than invest into wastewater treatment, advanced wastewater treatment at all 3 plants, was to systematically and strategically to put all of our investment into our one major facility and then eventually decommission the other two. And that's essentially what we're doing at this point in time. Much more economical. DEP absolutely love the strategy for what we're doing. So we will be, rather than having 3 plants on AWT, we're essentially, when this project is completed, we'll be down to 1 plant and treating at advanced wastewater treatment levels.
And this is another example, though, of we put that plan together, and Mike's kept us out ahead of the curve. So these are things that we're able to do. We're not the only time pressure is what we're doing to make sure we get these grants. And it is a little bit of a shift from in the past. Back in the downturn when money was shy, we didn't have money to invest in design and things. We literally had to kind of, it was the chicken or the egg. Could you go on out and put that money on the hope that you might get a grant? Well, now with confidence, we can put some money into design and have, I wouldn't say in the case shovel ready all the time, but definitely more advanced designs, which when you're in the grant business, that's what they want to see, because they want to see, and they have a lot of confidence in Volusia County that if they give us the money, we're going to turn it into a project pretty quickly. So that's key to the whole game, and that's, again, that is something that's been developed in-house in the relationships that we have. And a lot of times those agencies will come to us and say, now with our reputation in these areas, we need to move this money, what do you have? See, and that's a whole good, and that, by the way, is my favorite grant situation where money meets an existing need, not money out there that we go create a need. This is one where we've got it, we're doing it, and then they come together. So it's a great thing. Mike's done a spectacular job, as well as all the other staff that supports him on that.
Well, and thank you, George. I can't emphasize that enough. Again, the support of the council is crucial, but there are so many people within our staff, our organization, environmental management, Ginger and Darren, of course, Claire, and my boss, John and Julie, Judy Grimm. We're all working toward a lot of water quality projects, and of course, the support of the county manager's office as well. So, again, we thank you for the continued support. We have a long way to go, but we're making some progress.
So to that end, I want to thank you for not using our acronyms of BMAP and TDLs for total daily loads. But every industry has its own acronyms.
That's a lot of TMI.
It is a lot of TMI. But Mr. Rechtenwald, it occurred to me, especially as Vice Chair in the Indian River Lagoon Council and water quality issues, and everybody's concerned about water quality. Well, Volusia County has been ahead of the curve for years in our water quality issues countywide, from our springs to the watershed to the lagoon. I would like to see us, can we put some kind of link up on our deck page? I think water quality needs to stand on its own with all the good work and the grants and the projects that Volusia County has partnered with. And the key too is the grant money. St. John River Water Management District this district is what, 18 counties? 18 counties with our district, and we're getting like, what is it? I can't remember that.
What is it, close to 40%?
I was going to say 42% of the grant money out of the Water Management District because of projects like this, because staff is so ahead of the curve, and we've identified projects. And I like, in discussing this with Mr. Ulrich, what he said that I think was so crucial to especially the Deltona North wastewater treatment plant. We have to do something. We're talking millions and millions of dollars here. So staff was creative enough and found a way to combine it and expedite it in a more technologically savvy way than was even presented to us. So to staff, thank you for all the great work you're doing, please. And Mr. Chair, that's why I wanted it pulled, because of the great work going on behind the scenes that serves all of Volusia County. And Mr. Lowry, I would make sure all your Deltona citizens know what's coming their way, thanks to the Volusia County and our commitment to water quality. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald.
I guess
Great
based
job.
on
Great.
George's comment of Mike, we need to call him Aquaman now. That's,
Oh, that's
need to
good.
rename him that.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Well, just remember too,
You had a pink one last time.
wastewater is not sexy, but it's important.
That's
So-
exactly what I was going to say, and this is something that people talk about a lot, they don't realize the actions that we're taking to affect water quantity and quality.
Right.
And the first one that you mentioned, the electronic devices, I know Ormond Beach has had that for several years. I got a phone call or a text. You just used so many gallons. What had happened, someone had been there doing some work and turned the hose on to get some water, shut it off at the nozzle, but left it on and the hose exploded, and there goes water pouring out. So it is good, and that affects if you waste the water. I mean, you don't totally waste it, but I mean, somebody's getting billed for it. So it is, in effect, we have to treat it, deliver it.
Right. And
save-
water availability, drinking water availability, the two issues run together, quality and availability, and we'll be talking to you more about drinking water availability in the coming months as well, because there's a lot going on in that area. We must not forget that. We've talked a lot about transportation lately, impact fees and that type of thing. Water availability will probably be the biggest driver going forward when you talk about smart growth and the things we need to do, because that'll definitely be an issue.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just throw in, when we're in this discussion, I'm also on the Indian River Lagoon as an alternate, but Friday I attended the Volusia Water Alliance Symposium. It was an all-day conference on water issues with many, many speakers, and Mike was one of them, and I thank you for that. And it was all based on the state of our water. And what pleased me so much, and I was so proud that so many of those speakers, somewhere in their conversation, they mentioned how Volusia is ahead of the game, that we're in there working, and how we have worked on so many projects. It was a big surprise to me how many times we were at the table. It was a great symposium, and I don't know, had over 100 people, I'm sure. And it was very eye-opening, and I was just grateful, and we need to continue moving forward.
Good. Thank you, Aquaman. We will move on now, and
Sorry, Mike, I started something.
to item number 2, and this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing, and the staff report will be by Mr. Asbeer. He seems to be a regular performer here at our events.
I don't have a cool nickname, though. So.
We'll work on it.
It's probably
Take-
best, the risk of having a good nickname versus a bad, I would just go with no nickname.
Yeah. Take me to the Casbah.
All right. The item you have before you is a vacation brought to you by Mr. Struble, Mrs. Lemming, and Mr. Williams. They're seeking to vacate a portion of Magnolia Drive in New Smyrna Beach. It was created as a part of the Corbin Park subdivision, as shown on Exhibit 02-4. As shown on Exhibit 02-5, Magnolia Drive was originally created and extended to the west, and that area in the light blue to the west of the red has previously been vacated by the council. So through the current Strobel Lemming parcel as shown on the 02-4 exhibit. So the small segment of Magnolia Drive that's being sought to be vacated is of no lasting value to the county, no benefit for transportation needs. The utility have no objection to the vacation.
I have no one wishing to speak from the public, so we'll close the public participation. Council?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the vacation of a portion of the plat of Corbin Park subdivision, unit number 3, map book 23, page 146, New Smyrna Beach area.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Denny, seconded by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item number 3. This, too, is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. And
Okay.
Tad?
Yep. The item you have before you is another vacation. It's really in two parts. Exhibit 03-5 shows the two different parts that we're talking about today. The southern portion is south of State Street, is owned by the Ford family, or pardon me, the Storch family. And They're seeking to vacate the underlying parcels or lots and the roads Florida Street, Jackson Avenue, and Harrison Avenue as shown. The second portion is on the north side is being requested to be vacated by Mr. Centron and Mr. Feeney. In addition to the underlying lots, they're also asking to vacate Van Buren Avenue and Jackson Avenue as shown. The utility companies do not object, and we have no reason to keep the property, so we're recommending approval of those vacations.
Okay, we do have one individual who wants to speak to this issue. Tasha. Pardon? No, if you're going to speak, you have to come up here. If you don't want to speak. Okay, that was the only card we have, so we will close the public hearing. And council.
Mr. Chair, move approval of the vacation of a portion of the plat of map of the neighborhood guild,
Correct.
Neighborhood guild, re-subdivision of part of Alamana map book 8, page 131, and map of Howe and Courier's town site of Alamana map book 4, page 132, map book 15, page 62, Lake Ashby area.
Motion made by Denny, second by Cusack. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will go to item number 4. And that brings you, George. That's
Yes. Item 4, if you remember, we moved this from the last meeting. We were missing the last $3 million of insurance. Staff worked diligently with the Centurion Detention Health Services. We have obtained all the insurance that's required, and so we are ready to move this forward.
okay. Council, since we've discussed this quite a bit, anyone?
Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I'm ready.
Ready for a motion, and all the insurance is intact? We're on the
Yes,
record?
we're on record.
We're on the record, okay. I move approval of contract for the inmate medical services with Centurion Detention Health Services LLC, 18-P-42AK.
Second.
Ms. Cusack, I overlooked your name popped up, and
Sorry.
you had your light on. I had my eyes closed. I missed it, so I apologize. Motion made by Dennis, second by Ms. Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you so much. And we'll move to item 5, and this is the contracts with Stuart Marchman. Donna Butler.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Item 5 addresses our alcohol, drug, and mental health contracts with 4 different agencies this year. Stuart Marchman Act, House Next Door, Halifax Hospital, and new to this year is Children's Home Society. I apologize, but want to call your attention to the changes that we made. Halifax Hospital called us after it was posted online and asked that we very specifically list the services. We have previously only listed what the state provided to us, and they actually wanted to have in their contract as an addendum the services that they were providing. So we made those changes and provided them to you as the new amendment, attachment 1 for each of the contracts.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is a good contract. We are moving in the right direction. I know that we do not increase the funding, which is always problematic for me because it is such a dire need for, and so I think we must keep it on the radar that we need to try to get more funding through our state for these types of behavior health services. So with that in mind, knowing that we have what we have here, that I will move for approval of this contract.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cusack, second by Ms. Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And if you would go back on item 4 and correct, the motion was made by Ms. Cusack, seconded by Ms. Dennis. My oversight, she was sitting there patiently waiting with her light on while I have my eyes closed. So just for the record, if you can correct that. Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 6.
Yes, as John comes up here, Item 6, this is an item that we've been working on. I think this is a case where we got better as we went along, and we sharpened things, and thank leadership of the council to make sure that we answered a lot of questions, and we have done that. I had mentioned in the workshop that we had held back in, I think it was early August, that we had changed kind of our model, and that we really needed to have a place for number one, Holly Hill was our worst public works facility in terms of location. Not only does it flood, but the area around it floods. Also, through the years, through annexations and stuff, the areas that they would maintain and do most of their work, they would have to travel out through the city to get to most of that area. So we, after a lot of study, we looked around areas that would be most beneficial to put that location, and we got the property that's here today, which is right out near the rest of the county campus. It's right on a major highway. It has good access, obviously free from flooding. I want to point out that, especially the last two hurricanes, and actually all the hurricanes that I've been associated with, I can remember, I think it was in Charlie, where we actually had to circle our facilities with dump trucks, the public works guys did, to ride out the storm. We don't have a place for those folks. And yet they are the people who will break out after the storm to make sure that the police and the fire and everyone can get right. They are the pre-first responders in a lot of cases. No one's responding until they've done what they need to do. So we have a plan in this to also provide eventually a hardened facility for these folks, but step number one was getting a location on a piece of property that we felt would suit our needs and our mission. John, I probably took most of your thunder, but
Absolutely. Pretty much I can repeat everything George said if you care to hear that.
We'll just consider his as yours, so
Fine, sir.
move forward. But just a quick comment. I remember in 2016, we were following it because of the issue at that time. I remember last year looking at property, and we couldn't get one section of the property, which wound up being, I think, way too expensive anyway, as it worked out. So
as it worked out, we had a different model in mind, but and we still are always looking for ways to be out ahead and to consolidate and be efficient. So I think that no harm, no foul to look at it like we did, but because of that fact, we could not get property that was going to be reasonable.
Right. That was the key.
Then our fallback was something like this. And again, we really, I think in this case, by putting us out near the rest of the county facilities, it allowed us to look at a smaller piece of property, because some of the things we would normally have in a public works facility, we now have over right nearby in Indian Lake, mainly the heavy equipment maintenance facility. We probably will have some type of feeling at this location, but we can also have a lot of the feeling over in Indian Lake. So,
Okay. Ms. Post.
This has been a long time coming. I'm very excited for the Public Works employees, and also for the movement forward for the future Volusia County and the Public Works Division. So with that, I move approval of the proposed agreement for the purchase of the land for Public Works Maintenance Facility, and also for execution of all the documents necessary to close the purchase according to its terms.
Mr. Patterson.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Post, second by Mr. Patterson. Any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item 7. John, you can stay there, I think, maybe. Well, either you or Mike.
Aquaman will handle it.
we are going to get him to change the shirt color, though. He always wears the aqua shirt.
That
so.
really was
Well, that's better.
anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Aquaman's better than Pinky.
Just call me anything, just not late for dinner. So,
There we go.
And anyway, Mike
Okay.
Ulrich, Water Resources Utilities Director.
Speaking of Deltona,
Again, yeah, in this situation, not to confuse the matters, this is actually on the water treatment side for our potable water system. This is actually identified, has been in design during the past year and on our capital project schedule, which George presents every quarterly basis to you. This is item number 5 in our water resources and utilities project list. The bid came in, the low bid was at $1.9 million to a local contractor, McMahon. We've done work with McMahon before. I've known him over the last 10 years to be an excellent contractor, particularly on water treatment and wastewater treatment facilities, so we're very pleased. In our budget, we had $2.4 million actually budgeted for this project, coming in at 1.9. So I mean, sometimes we're good, sometimes we're lucky. Sometimes we do our best and it comes in even higher, but this time
You
we're
are
really
now
fortunate.
super Aquaman.
I can't take any credit for that. That's all the engineers. So with regards to that, we have a 1-year construction period upon commencement, and through our capital project schedule, we'll be keeping you updated as we progress.
Dr. Lowry.
If there's no other discussion, I'd like to go ahead and move to accept the contract with McMahon Construction Company for Deltona North Water Treatment Plant improvements.
Motion made by Lowry, seconded by Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move on to item number 8.
Mr. Chair?
And we will wait for about 28 seconds so you can, since this is a time certain. I thought we could,
This is a rare event. We're
I'm happy.
right on time.
So it is 10:30. We have time certain at 10:30. Clay?
Yes, sir. This particular application, Z-18077, the applicant has requested that this item be continued to the December 4th meeting at a time certain of 10:30 a.m.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move to the continuance to December 4, 2018, item case Z-18-077, public hearing set at a time of 10:30 a.m.
Second.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Denny's to move this to the December 4th meeting at 10:30, time certain. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item number 9. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a public hearing to review a requested rezoning at 436 Emporio Road near the town of Pearson. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from A3 to A1 in order to combine and make sure that we have a total parcel area of 20 acres. In front of you is the zoning map that shows the existing zoning on the property. This is shown on page 9-18, or excuse me, 9-19 of your agenda packet. Let me go ahead and circle in. The area that we're talking about is right there. It's approximately 13,000 square feet. The applicant owns both this parcel and this parcel. They are looking to reconfigure the parcels so that the area that is zoned A1 could be split into 2 10-acre parcels. The additional land is needed in order to meet the 10-acre minimum. This was presented to the PLDRC in August. There was a unanimous recommendation of approval for the rezoning. There was no one who spoke out from the public. County staff has reviewed it for consistency with the comprehensive plan and the criteria identified in your staff report. We find no reason to recommend a denial, so therefore it's coming to you from both staff and from the PLDRC with a recommendation of approval.
Mr. Patterson.
Is there anybody speaking? Public?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Chair, move for the rezoning of property located at 436 Emporio Road, Pearson, from transitional agricultural A-3 classification to prime agricultural A-1 classification, case Z-18-069. Move approval.
Motion made by Patterson, seconded by Cusack. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, and we will move to item 10. And
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a public hearing for a special exception. We were contacted by the applicant's attorney right before the meeting here. I believe that he is going to request a continuance, so before I do my presentation, if the chair would allow the applicant's attorney to come up and address the council.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, Mark Watts with Cobb Coal, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, Florida. Appreciate the opportunity just to stand up for just a minute. Late yesterday afternoon, we received a copy of the letter from Attorney Josh Wells that I think was sent to you guys yesterday morning. There were a number of issues in there that I think we have some additional data and information that we can share with the neighbors and kind of work through some of the concerns that were raised there. We know that we had reached out to Mr. Wells based on their challenge to a St. John's permit that was also filed, and offered to meet with him in the past. I think I've talked with him this morning. I think they're willing to do that now as well. So with that, if you wouldn't, we would like to request to continue it to the December 4th meeting at a time certain, so that we have the opportunity to make efficient use of your time and hopefully get the issues worked out before we come back to you.
Okay. The request has been made by the applicant to continue this to December 4th at a time certain. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will make the motion, but Mr. Watts, before I make that motion, have you met with the citizens affected out there?
We reached out to Mr. Wells as their attorney when they filed the challenge on the St. John's permit. At that time, we offered to sit down and kind of work through some things, because I think there are some additional information that's come out of that permitting process that I think hopefully will resolve some of their concerns. At that time, they indicated they didn't want to meet. But I've talked to Mr. Wells this morning. I think that they will sit down and talk with us. So,
Well, if I could ask or strongly encourage discussion across the table on this issue, I think we can find some common ground going forward.
I agree.
So thank you, and thank you. With that, I will make the motion for continuance of case S-18-044 to December 4th, time certain at 10:30.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to do it 10:30 as well. The other one is at 10:30 before that, so that'd be fine. Maybe 10:31 or something.
That's correct.
Motion
Try to
is
do a
made.
little bit 10:30.
Motion is made to continue. Is there, the second was Ms. Cusack. Since this is not going to be heard, I know we had several people who wanted to speak to this. We will continue this, and you can speak at the December 4th meeting. But you'll have to fill out another card, sorry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Item 11.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you is a item that the council directed us to come back and bring back to you. On June 5th, Ms. Constance Jones, who owns a property located at 2811 Larkspur Road near the city of DeLand, requested the council to review the files, review the history, and allow her to have a buildable lot. Ms. Jones owns a parcel in Section H of the Daytona Park Estates unrecorded subdivision plat. The subject property was subject to a determination by the county council back in 2003 to be identified as unbuildable. And let me kind of go through the history so we can get to where Ms. Jones is at. This particular area, as it's on, as you can see in the aerial, and that's from page 11-4 of your agenda package, shows the lots in question and the area that is Section H of Daytona Park Estates. Daytona Park Estates is a very large subdivision that basically spans from almost State Road 44 up to US 92 east of DeLand. The area, and this is Section H, as you can see, that's from page 11-17, I believe, of our agenda packet. This shows you what was originally proposed to be platted. And I want to say proposed because the plat was never formally recorded. And remember, we also did not necessarily have some of the subdivision standards in place when many of these were going through. That being the case, what occurred in 1976 is we had the adoption of our subdivision regulations. And so we had to go back and identify those subdivisions which had been previously approved under the prior process and were actually being developed. In other words, these were vested properties that could be developed as they were subdivided. Our staff went out, basically did a 3-level test of driving the roads to seeing if they were open and passable, to see if some of the lots have been sold, if there's a certain percentage, I believe it was 25% of the lots have been sold, and if they were actively being developed. So if you passed those litmus tests, you were able to continue on and you were considered vested. What you see in front of you is also from your staff report, and that I believe is page 11 dash, could you clarify that, Trish? I can't. 11-19. And what that is a copy of our staff report, which shows that it is not exempt, but they may be issued for those lots fronting on Lake Ruby Road, Larkspur Road, and East Parkway if an individual ownership was as of October 29th, 1976. There were approximately 5 lots out there that were in that condition. So therefore, we could issue building permits for those 5 lots and only those 5 lots. Unfortunately, that was not carried over in future years, and there was an error made in issuance of building permits. And so what you see in front of you now is the best way to describe it was what was presented to our council back in 2003 with this discussion. And this is on page 11-17 of your agenda packet. And what this is showing is that some of these properties were developed and issued COs prior to November 2nd or November 2002. Some were under permitting, which are in the red. Some were under construction, which are the green. These were approximately 26 lots out there. So therefore, we had the 5 that should have been allowed and then 21 that were above and beyond, which should not have been allowed. So this was brought forward to the county council because not necessarily owners of the property out there, but one of the adjacent properties, Mr. Crozier, was concerned that permits were being issued for areas that were not consistent with our subdivision standards and should not have been issued building permits. So he asked for an appeal because Holiday Builders, who owned some of these properties out there, had come in, asked for building permits, were denied by the development review engineer. He appealed to the DRC, and the DRC looked and said, we have Lake Ruby Road, which is paved, we've got Ridge Road, which is paved, and Larkspur is a dirt road that may be accessible. Maybe it should be allowed. So the DRC granted a non-exempt status to them. In other words, they were able to be constructed upon. When Mr. Crozier found out about this, he appealed that DRC determination to the county council. The county council, upon reviewing the documentation and going over the complaints from Mr. Crozier, increased traffic on roads that were substandard, flooding because there's no stormwater out there, impact on natural resources, agreed with Mr. Crozier and upheld his appeal, and so therefore all other lots, including Miss Jones, which is right here at the corner, were then deemed unbuildable. That determination was in in April of 2003. Miss Jones bought her property, and we just found this out back in March of 2003. So literally a month before the determination that these were unbuildable is when she purchased the property. So she is in today asking you to look at this and say, please come back and go through a formal process of reviewing what the county council did in 2003 and see if there's a way that you can reverse it. So therefore, we can't just do that unless y'all provide us with direction on how to proceed. If you feel that there are extenuating circumstances that should be rectified and the 2003 determination by the county council may need to be modified, you need to tell us to do so. Otherwise, you can sit here and tell us that you're going to uphold the decision of the 2003 county council and still render these properties unbuildable until they do subdivision improvements. If we could go to the map, Liz, or Trish, which shows, yeah, that'll work. What I want to bring out is that Lake Ruby Road and Ridge Boulevard are both paved. So they were paved subsequently by the county because these were public rights of ways that were dirt roads, and as part of our dirt road reduction program, we went out there and paved these roads. Larkspur is still in an unpaved situation. It is still dirt road. It It is difficult to traverse at times because it is sugar sand. So what you're seeing is that from a staff perspective, it is logical that these yellow lots that are on Lake Ruby Road and Ridge Road have paved access and meet the general intent of the subdivision standards from that perspective. Larkspur, which does not have the paved road but has a dirt road out there and is where Miss Jones's lot is located at, is another situation. Complicating matters in this particular situation is these are not public rights-of-ways. They were basically held over by the original developer. So you have the individual lots, and then they're owned by individuals, and then you have the roads, which are still technically in the ownership of the original developer, because they were never dedicated and accepted by Volusia County as public rights-of-ways.
Mr. Irvin, let's correct that for a minute. Lake Ruby Road and Ridge Road were constructed and existed at the time this plat occurred. They were passable dirt roads, and the county paved them. They were recognized on the plat as such. So Ruby Road, Lake Ruby Road and Ridge Road are county roads. It's the internal roads in Larkspur that were never dedicated. And they technically are still owned by the defunct developer, Transamerica.
And at the time of the appeal, there on page 1128 through 1130, you'll see a private road maintenance agreement which has been entered into by the property owners at that time for a majority of the lots that are out there along Larkspur. And what you're seeing there is that they've agreed and acknowledged, the parties here to acknowledge that said road is non-platted, non-dedicated, non-public right-of-way, which exists solely for the benefit of the lot owners that front upon said road. Each party to the agreements to assist and cooperate in the general maintenance and upkeep of said right-of-way, encourage those lot owners who are not parties to this road. So what this agreement is saying, we acknowledge that this is not a real road out there and that we would be responsible for the maintenance of it. So what you're seeing is that we don't have a public right-of-way, but there's some sort of maintenance agreement that would bind the future owners of these properties, acknowledging at least that they're not on a county road and it's their own responsibility to maintain it. This is not, as I said, an easy issue. As you can see, there's a variety of different items that are impacting whether or not you want to keep going forward with allowing Ms. Jones to have the right to build on this property or not. We would make sure that, as you can see where you see Rose Terrace, Plumosa, and all the other roads in there, we would not definitely identify those as developable or open or passable. So the main concern is just making sure we keep Larkspur there. Adding into it, you've got approximately 25 lots that are in yellow here, which have been previously declared undevelopable, that could be, based on this, come in and request the same determination. So you would allow those folks to be able to build on that road, Larkspur, which is currently dirt.
Okay. Clay, that last document that you showed us of 2001, that existed prior to the council's decision in April of 2003. That agreement still was already in place.
Yes, sir.
Stating that they had done it. That was, and then the only other thing that has changed since then was the dedication and the paving of those two that
No, they were public roads prior to Section H. What happened is that we knew they were public roads when Section H was being platted, but they were dirt roads. Subsequent to that, the county came through as part of their dirt road reduction program and paved those roads. So they are, Ruby Road and Ridge Road are public rights of ways, and they have been paved by the county.
I think you have some questions. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to this, first I heard it's sugar sand. You ever driven on sugar sand? Yeah. So now take that sugar sand and put, these lots are how wide?
They're 100 by 100 roughly. They're 10,000 square feet. They meet the minimum requirement for the R3 zone.
So we have 0 lot lines, basically. kind of? No?
No.
No, a little bigger? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the issue that I have in hearing this, because we have declined other buildable lots on dirt roads. This would open up, this would open up that whole area. I'm not comfortable with doing that yet, especially since the 2001 document is there, and they're not buildable. And I think I would like to see them submit a subdivision improvement plan. That's the answer to this going forward, but that's just council, I'm not going to support a change in stance at this stage because of that.
Ms. Post?
So I think I'm on the other side of the coin.
That's okay.
Yes, it is okay. I'm actually in favor of approving this. In listening to you, Clay, I have a question. The 2001 agreement was denoting that the homeowners on that street were required to maintain their own road, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever you see these types of agreements, there's a couple things that county staff would like to see. First and foremost is acknowledging that it's not a county public road and that county has no responsibilities. That's the critical aspect.
Right.
And
So-
that they would be responsible for the maintenance.
Okay, so that was the 2001 agreement. And then in 2000, then later, we're allowing 26,
Well, there was 26.
26 lots, 26 permits, basically, to come in. So people started building on that road. We have a citizen that has bought property during that time frame. And so I'm uncomfortable with penalizing the homeowner for buying property on a street where she obviously felt that was buildable. And now coming back and saying, because of a later decision that she's not allowed to build on there. I certainly think that we definitely moving forward need to, there needs to be a solution to that area, and that certainly needs to be discussed. But I'm not comfortable with penalizing this specific homeowner for that, for this specific decision. So I am in favor of approving.
Okay. Dr. Lowry?
Clay, when you were presenting the 2003 County Council decision on that, did I hear you say that she had bought her property a month prior to that decision? Okay,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
caught my attention. And the second question,
I just want to clarify the dates. Based on the property appraiser's records, Ms. Jones bought the property on March 14th, 2003. And on April 10th, 2003, the county council approved the 24 lots for construction and then basically identified the other ones as not being buildable.
when the county council made that decision, were any of the people notified? I'm having a hard time with the timing of this, because she bought this thinking she could build, and then less than a month later, the county council changes their routine of how they were handling this, and I don't know if, I don't imagine, I imagine it was just a decision up here. I don't think there was any kind of a notification, or was there?
No, because remember,
after.
that was an appeal of a specific granting of, by the DRC to Holiday Builders. So Holiday Builders and Mr. Crozier, who brought in the appeal of the DRC, were the ones that were notified about the hearing on April 10th.
My concern when we talked about this last time is I didn't want to open up Pandora's box on this with all those other lots. But if we have, I'm wondering, I doubt that there's anyone else in that group that bought a lot 30 days prior or less to that county council decision. I'm leaning a little bit toward going ahead and letting her do that for this one, because then we would have a parameter that we could, a ceiling that we could say, well, that she bought before, right before, otherwise people probably bought afterwards or knew, would have had some kind of a notice or would have had some kind of understanding. Am I reading that right? I just want to,
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
basically what you're seeing is that she bought basically a month before.
Even
or
less than a
closed-
month, yeah.
Closed a month before the council took action on it. The council took action on the appeal and denied the DRC's approval and upheld the appeal.
what I don't want to do is open up Pandora's box for you all to have a mess with all those lots out there. But if this would be a ceiling,
So
that would-
therefore, what you would say is the criteria is if you purchased one of these lots within 60 days prior to the April 10th or something along those lines.
right.
Or they may have owned it before that. Those lots may have, those lots may have already been owned by somebody prior to April of 2003.
Well, remember.
Somebody had to own them.
Remember the 5 individuals that were allowed because they had the ownership. So what you're talking about is the fact that those were the only 5 that were vested because they bought from the original developer. So the fact is Holiday Builders and anyone else who's bought subsequent to that should not have been issued a building permit. So what the action was basically in 2003 was saying, okay, no harm, no foul. We messed up on these 21 that were above and beyond the 5 that we originally said, and we're drawing the line in the sand road at this point and saying no more. So even if you had purchased after that, you still would not be having any kind of vested rights at all. Because there was only 5 parcels that were identified back when we did this that were allowed to be constructed.
Jamie, when was the lake, those 2 roads paved? What year?
But I do not know.
I think it was 1997, just off the top of my head. We'll confirm that. But it would, my understanding, they were paid in I think, the very first year of the dirt road reduction program.
So it wasn't after 2003?
No.
Okay.
I think by 4 or 5, we'd ended the dirt road reduction program due to finances somewhere in there. But 97 is about the first year we did it.
Okay.
If you go on page 11-2, it states, as noted above, Ridge was paved in 1997. A total of 12 lots front on Ridge Boulevard, 2 of which front on Larkspur also. And so that's just clarifying that.
And one more question, which may help all of us. The corporation that owns that doesn't exist, or is just, surely somebody owns the rest of that subdivision, potential subdivision. Somebody has to.
The roads are owned by a corporation that is not a viable corporation. We've not been able to find records of that they're an active corporation.
They were admitted that the corporation was administratively dissolved by the Secretary of State. There is no record of any, the corporation doesn't exist and the officers cannot be found.
Okay, but somebody has to own the property, no? Yes? I mean, I'm not illegal, but if it went through that dissolution of corporation,
Whatever, it would take a lot of work to find the residual ownership. I think this was a privately held company as opposed to a corporation with stock in public ownership.
I'm guessing it was a C corp, but anyway. though.
So we would have to go doing some digging to actually find an individual that might still have an interest.
The reason I'm asking that, I mean, what Ms. Denny has mentioned, that somehow, some way, someone needs to take, it either needs to be developed or not developed, and if we don't know who owns it, I mean, I can't believe that you can't find them. We found all of them in Ormond Crossings, and they were worse than this as far as the lots. They were just individuals, not corporations. So, I mean, you can't, to me, that's important that somebody then comes back later and says, well, we own all these. Then you have, or is that Jamie?
It's me. I think to be clear that when the administratively dissolved corporation probably may have the title to the roads, not necessarily to the lots.
Correct. But somebody owns the lots.
Correct. There's Holiday Builders, they're assigned whoever, I mean, because those, If you look at the agreements that we reference on page 11-28 and 29-30, you'll see that there's only two names, John Porter and Mr. Brousseau. So those were Holiday Builders, and also Mr. Brousseau owns his estate now owns quite a bit of land throughout Daytona Park Estates.
And they're
So
probably, somebody's paying property taxes on it, or else
we would get to
not, which means somebody may have, bought the certificates, or the county may have those certificates. 'Cause a lot of times, especially knowing Daytona Park Estates, there's a lot of property in there that people own, but they haven't been developed. I mean, I don't represent much of that area anymore, but for years I had a lot of dealings in Daytona Park Estates, and there was a lot of properties out there that people were just holding on to, hoping that somebody would. And somebody offered me one for sale for $300 for this one lot, and I wouldn't. No reason for me to buy a lot in Daytona Park Estates. But,
Okay.
this issue is important to me because of a constituent that is paying taxes on the property, owns the property, and wants to be able to do something with that property, and that's why. And I've been out in that area. Yeah, it is sugar sand, but it is still a road that you can travel up and down on, and there. Evidently, at one point, there was some type of asphalt that's there, because there's pieces of it all over in there. So you'll be driving along, and you'll be on a paved part, and then you'll go down into the dirt. But it's still people driving up and down the road. It's not like it's that big a problem. Matter of fact, there's been big trucks running up and down. They've been out doing something out there, way out in the hinterlands of that area.
Okay. Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it's important that we give the opportunity to this landowner to utilize this property, in as much as this decision was made after she had purchased the property. I'd like for us to direct staff to make the modifications necessary to allow Mrs. Jones to utilize that property.
Is
To
that a
build
motion,
on.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes, that is a motion.
I'll second.
Motion made by Cusack, seconded by Mr. Patterson, to allow staff to create the necessary procedures.
And I'm comfortable with that
To-
60 days that he mentioned, if that works for.
Could we have the
George?
Could we have the opportunity to, I think, better quantify, if you're going to hang your hat on some exception like that, I would like to make sure that we know how many people are in that category before we say yay or nay on something like that. So that
I
would
think the 60 days was added. I wasn't.
I did not.
She didn't have that in the motion
was not part
or
of the
the second.
motion. I was speaking of.
I think we got some issues because you got other people that definitely own the property, and then the change was made. So, and then we're going to get into the date part of it. I think I need to, if it's your desire to research it further with that in mind, I think that's a little bit different way of looking at it. But we do need to, I think, assess, well, what's really going to happen at 60 days, or if, and we really need to talk to legal
It
about.
was not a
Mi-
part
Mrs.
of the.
Mrs.
Hold
that was
on,
not
hold on.
Mrs.
We're losing
Cusack's
control.
motion.
That was not a
Hold
part
on.
of the motion.
Time out. We're losing control.
Sorry,
We got three people trying to talk. George, will you finish?
I'm finished now.
Jamie?
Mrs. Cusack's motion was a very simple motion of finding a procedure for Mrs. Jones's property.
Absolutely.
That was the second. I would like to clarify with you, Mrs. Cusack, does that mean for staff to bring that procedure back to council?
That's what,
Or to just look at within the own rules to determine an exempt status for Mrs. Jones's property?
that's exactly right, to determine the exempt
That-
status.
That's the
for
way
Mrs.
I
Jones.
understood it, was to find the means to allow it to be a buildable lot.
Mrs. Jones's.
That's
Mrs.
correct.
Jones's.
That's what we
That
were
was the
discussing,
motion,
was
and
her lot. Okay, George, are you finished?
I am.
Would you turn your light off? Ms. Dennis?
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. So my concern is we are going to open up a Pandora's box. If we can bring this back for direction and define it, I'm really struggling with this one on our subdivision improvement policies and where this council has gone in the past and where we're going in the future. So explain to me the motion again and what it means and what it doesn't mean. What are we asking exactly?
Jamie, if you'd summarize that last part that you said two parts, and the last part said that was for bring back the methodology or the procedures necessary to be created to allow that to be a buildable lot.
Mrs. Cusack's motion, and she clarified it, was not to have staff bring it back with a procedure, was simply to authorize Mrs. Jones's lot to be an exempt lot and to look within our rules to find a way to make it an exempt lot. That is my understanding of her motion, that this would not apply to any of the lots along Larkspur, only Mrs. Jones.
And see, that's if the direction had been to staff to come back and see how we can make this work for all of them, it's almost discriminatory. And there's my struggle with everybody else that's out there. So I don't know, Ms. Cusack, can we work with that?
It's almost discriminatory not to let Mrs. Jones utilize her lot in as much as we have those other lots that you've utilized and had people had built on them. I just think that this lady has waited a long time to build on this lot, and I think the time has come that we need to go on and bite this bullet and do what we need to do to provide her the opportunity to have her home built there.
But then why do we not do it for everybody else?
Everyone else is not in the same position as she is, and they have not come to you to talk about that. They may, and they may not.
Okay.
Well, here's the one other question that I have, because if you look at the color-coded map that we have, permits were pending as of 11/02, under construction as of 11/02. So am I to assume, which I don't like to use that word, that there are houses on that road?
There's a lot of houses on that road.
Okay, the map that you were referencing was on page 11-17, and what you see before you now is the aerial that's on page, I believe, 11-4. And what you see is that there are existing homes constructed. Here's Mrs. Jones' lot. There's a home constructed
Right.
to the east, south, and also the west and southwest area. These are part of the lots that were either in individual ownership, part of the 5 that were okay, or part of the 21 that were added back in 2003. So you have 2 over here off of Ridge, then you have roughly 24 in this area here that were built, leaving approximately 25 lots, depending if you count these lots over here, that are on Larkspur.
Okay, and this brings me to a point that Ms. Denny's, I think, was going to, is that we already have houses. I just wanted that clarified. I knew that they were. I just wanted it clarified. So someone that would have a house west, she's being allowed to build west of an existing house by 1 block, and also north, assuming that's laid out that way, of other houses that are built on the south side of that road. But the person who buys the lot between her and an existing house wouldn't be allowed to build, according to this motion and this discussion. And you already have houses that are there that are further east or west of what we're asking to allow her to do. You already have houses there. So I would think that if I owned a lot between some of those houses on the bottom side of Lake Larkspur, that I would feel that you're discriminating against me by allowing a house across the street to be built, but not me, on that same road.
Can I help clarify from a staff perspective? Because right now I've got a couple folks asking me how we're going to handle this. And so what we're...
So are we.
Yeah. So as a suggestion, as you were just saying, here we have these homes. So anywhere between these 2 perimeters along Larkspur those infill lots could be developed based on the criteria y'all are talking about, in that we have existing homes that were constructed and validated in 2003 by the council, but there's some interior infill lots that were not considered vested at that point and are not buildable. And you're saying we should be looking at these to potentially allow those property owners to come in and request a building permit.
Were they owned before?
To me, that's a
So you
question,
wanna
but to
throw
me,
in the
that doesn't really
ownership?
matter who or when they own them. If there's a house built beside me, and I've got a vacant lot, and I own that lot, and there's a house, I'm between two houses, and you're telling me I can't build, but the lady across the street can, I don't care when she built it, to me. I'm just trying to be, to me personally, I would take all those things in the yellow and say any of those things in the yellow could be buildable. If you find a solution for one, you should find a solution for all of Larkspur. But that way you're not discriminating.
Well, I guess my thinking is if they bought the property after '03, they knew that that ruling was in place. They should have known they couldn't build on it because the council had already made that decision. We're dealing with somebody who bought less than 30 days before council changed.
Well, houses were already built prior to that.
If the
2003,
council,
yeah.
I think I get an idea of what you're trying to accomplish. Is
Well,
it
maybe,
okay that
I'm
we
just
can
one.
back to you after we do some further research, as the interim manager asked for, so that way we can report on ownership information, timing of when that purchases occurred, the conditions of the roads, so that way we can bring back a more thorough report, and that will hopefully help you make a determination. Because in addition to Larkspur, there's properties along Lake Ruby
Right.
and Ridge that is a paved road.
Exactly. And if you're
So-
going to say they can't be built, I really would raise, and we would lose in court, I would guess. Ms. Cusack?
Are you saying they cannot be built now
Yes, ma'am.
on those paved roads?
Based on the determination
the-
from the
yeah.
2003 county council determination, those properties that I'm highlighting right here cannot be issued a building permit.
Even on a paved road, because they don't meet the subdivision standards.
And I don't think these people that have bought these properties know that it was unbuildable. I mean, you see a for sale sign up and somebody says, oh, okay, and they go and buy it. The property owner really doesn't tell them that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying is, we've got a situation here, people that see houses in a neighborhood and figure they can build a house on it.
I would think that. Let's see if we can bring this to
Mr. Chair, I've been
No,
in
got
queue
you. I've
for
got you
quite a
up there.
while.
But I also have right to speak as well.
Yes, sir, but other people have spoken and come back and spoken,
But
and I've
I'll
been in
let
queue for
I'll
quite a
let the
while.
people speak that had not spoke at all.
And then they came back and spoke again, so I'm requesting to speak as well before we end this.
Just-
I'm still in
I'm
queue.
trying to get to a
Just as a
decision
point of order.
on the motion that we have on the floor. And the motion was going to be to allow only one person to build a house, Ms. Jones, to be buildable.
And that was seconded, correct?
And I'm trying to see if that puts us in a situation which is not workable. And if we're going to do that, what are we doing with the others that have the lots? And if you have a solution to that, Ms. Post?
So that was actually my discussion. Buying property is not a light investment, and when we have citizens, most typical citizens don't go out and buy 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 lots in their lifetime. They typically will buy one lot, they'll save, they'll work, and then they'll decide to build on it. We've made, am I correct? We've made the motion to allow this, Mrs. Jones, to, we're going to figure out how to allow her to build on this lot. That's been seconded. That is done. So what I would move is that we now direct staff to go back, do the research, come up with a resolution for that area, and get back to us without really getting any more into the weeds.
What I was trying to do was to eliminate the motion so that motion could be made, Ms. Post. We have a motion on the floor, which I can't have another motion. I can have that motion amended, but I can't.
What motion is on the floor?
Motion, Ms. Cusack made, second by Mr. Patterson, to allow for one person to build. And I'm trying to get the discussion carried forward so that we can take all the others that are going to be owning lots right next to where you're allowing one, but not the one next door. And that's exactly where I was trying to get to, because we have to get that motion decided on.
One way or another, yeah.
Or amend the
Didn't
current
we-
motion.
Or amend it.
Have the motion and second it, isn't it?
We
Jim?
can, the motion's made and seconded to what we said.
Excuse me?
That's why we're discussing it. The motion's made and seconded to allow staff to allow Ms. Jones to build, right, for staff to find a way for her to build. If you want to make a motion to amend it to include any of the other lots that are there, I mean,
I don't want to amend that motion. I think that's a good motion. I think that motion has been seconded. We should allow Ms. Jones to do that, period. And then, if possible, I would like to make a second direction to staff, to have staff go back and research, come up with a viable solution and get back to us.
we've got a motion. You can't do that. That's what I'm trying to clear up. We have a motion for one person to have a buildable lot.
Yes, let's get past that motion. Good God.
Well,
We're trying to.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to, I can't support that motion for one person to build when you've got people on a paved road that can't build. I don't care when they bought it, 30 days or 2 years ahead of it, before the decision was made in April of 2003.
Since Mrs. Post won't amend the motion, I'll offer an amendment.
Thank you.
That we open this up, and I'm trying to need somebody, Ms. Seaman, to give me some language that I can add into this amendment.
I just don't want
Whoa,
anything
whoa, whoa,
to.
He's got the floor.
I got the floor, please.
Okay, well, I was. Thank you for.
So you're looking to amend the motion to
To look at,
allow Mrs. Jones
Jones.
to construct and to review the title and ownership to evaluate whether other people fell within the same parameters as Mrs. Jones and should also be allowed to construct on Larkspur.
thank you. Somebody writing that down.
But that means that they would have had to have been bought the lot 30 days prior to April.
No.
That wasn't part of the.
I simply said the parameters,
Okay.
sir. I think
Okay.
if we can look at it a little bit more
I think-
broadly, come back
I-
to you with the title work.
Okay, motion's been made to amend the motion seconded by Ms. Denny's. Motion's made to allow the amendment to the
Staff.
motion.
Yeah, the amendment to review.
Allow review
Yeah,
any of the other lots that are there based upon the ownership qualification. That motion is made and seconded for the amendment. Any objection to the amendment?
I just have a question about the discussion. So what impact does this have on the main motion?
It would just allow.
Others could possibly come in, Mrs. Cusack, based on our
This
research.
will not delay the process for Mrs. Jones.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's what I need.
Okay. Motion's made. Any objection? Hearing no objection to the amendment, motion passes. Amendment passes. Now to vote on the motion as amended. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Motion as amended passes unanimous. Staff, good luck. I think that's all I can say. You've got to be creative, and I know you can.
You know, Mr. Chair, the thing that troubles me at times is people buy property in Volusia County not knowing that there may be some restriction. I don't understand why that can't be determined that people know that at the time they buy it when there's a title search. I know sometimes people go out and buy a property, they don't get a title search, and that's a scary proposition. I don't know why anybody would buy a property without a title search on it, but that would say something that this is an unbuildable lot, that these lots that we have in Volusia County are unbuildable and would be in our records somewhere.
I think it's incumbent upon the seller of those lots to let them know if they are aware that they're not buildable, because they are liable.
There's some sneaky little people out there,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
we know that.
That maybe have found out that their lot is unbuildable and they put a sign up and some.
But as you aptly pointed out, you drive down that road, which is sugar sand, and you see houses there. I know it goes back to that ASSUME word, but
I know.
that you would have to think that there's a road with houses on it. Why would that one lot be, or those lots be any different? And I especially, huh? Okay. Okay, we're clear where we're going to go, and we will take a 12-minute break and be back for the main event. We're going to recess for 12 minutes.
Mr. Irvin is going to go back and see how much more gray.
Let me, just for scheduling, we can do 12. I didn't know if it was your pleasure to have lunch before you did the lobbying, but we could also skip that one and go to, if it was your pleasure, we could do the economic development review and then have lunch. That would probably get you about right for a 12 o'clock lunch, and then hear the presentations for 13 when you, after lunch, if that's the way you want to go, or
What
you
we'll
wanna
do
shoot
is
straight?
we'll come back. And
Okay.
we'll delay the presentations until after lunch.
Right.
And we'll cover those.
Knock out everything else
the
that you
events
can.
that we can prior to
Okay.
that.
Perfect.
Work
Thank
good? Great.
Is there, is,
We'll be reconvening the council meeting in 28 seconds. It is 11:30. We'll go ahead and reconvene the council meeting, and we're actually going to move item 12 till after lunch, and we will go ahead and start with item 13. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to.
We could do 12 and 13.
We're going to
I
do
mean,
12 and 13
12 and 14, and then skip 13, the presentation
We'll go
is
to
actually
item
13.
14, the master plan goals, economic financial viability. Rick Carl and Rob Earhart.
Morning,
Thank
Mr. Chair, members of
Morning.
the County Council. Rob Earhart, Economic Development Director. I heard the countdown. I'll admit I'm not as impressive as a Falcon 9 rocket, but I hope that you're impressed by the content. Excuse me, the content of today's presentation. So looking for our presentation. You have
just been renamed, Mr. Earhart. You've been renamed Rocket Man.
Oh, no.
Just for you and
It's so near Halloween.
A piano player.
Jeez.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So the first slide is, as you can see, a bit dated, but I thought you'd want to see the kind of information that Sissy Proctor, as the Executive Director of the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, shares at Enterprise Florida board and stakeholder meetings. And in this case, this is a slide that she showed on September 12th down in Miami. And I think it's very insightful in terms of the types of jobs that are still in demand throughout the state. And in fact, this information falls against a backdrop of what the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports. At the time she gave this slide, over 6 million unfilled jobs. Their most recent update on October 15th is over 7 million unfilled jobs across the United States. So when we hear about local employers that are having issues finding qualified talent, again, just a reinforcement that that's not a local issue. This is a nationwide issue. And we're not only talking about STEM jobs, as you can see from this slide. In the next few slides, you'll see that there are 8,000 or so residents that are still seeking employment. And so it's a real opportunity for those residents to connect with local employers, and CareerSource, Flagler Volusia is always standing by to assist them. So moving past the labor statistics information, I know you've had this in your agenda packets, and the slides are pretty common to what we've shown you previously. Looking at the new construction permit data on the residential side, if you'll remember, almost a year ago, there was a comment that was reported in the media that we could achieve close to 3,000 new construction permits for residences in this calendar year 2018. And in fact, if you look at the pattern that's occurring here in 2018 through 3 quarters, if you were to assume that in the 4th quarter we're going to equal 3rd quarter and add yet another 130 or so permits, we'll come in right about 3,000 permits for the calendar year. And the dollar value of those permits would probably be in the range of $925 million for the year. So it's going to be a heady year anyway this shakes out for residential construction permits. It's very obvious that in the 4th quarter things typically tail off a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see whether that's the case this year or not. Moving into commercial new construction permits, you can see we're down a little bit, but I just wanted to point out for this particular quarter, there were 3 or 4 projects that were particularly notable. The Integra Exchange Apartments in DeBary, totaling $23.2 million. The Ormond Renaissance Condominiums in Ormond Beach, totaling $9.2 million. And then 2 apartment buildings in DeLand, the Banyan Cove Apartments, totaling something over $12 million. So in combination, those 4 permits, what I refer to as MDUs or multi-dwelling units, total $44.7 million. If you combine that with the similar type of permit activity that occurred last quarter, that totaled $77.7 million. That's $122 million in multifamily type construction that's occurred or been permitted just in 2 quarters in Volusia County. So it's not just all single-family homes. There is a lot of multifamily home activity in the county as well. The next slide is about mortgage delinquency rates. Again, it seems a bit dated. This information was released in August. This is the latest available that compares our county to the state and the U.S. Interesting to note that Volusia County is in fact below the U.S. for the time period reported here, December of last year. We're all reading in the media, however, though, that interest rates are starting to creep up. I personally have to chuckle at creeping up. I made a phone call yesterday as a veteran. I checked on what would be the interest rate for a VA loan, which is typically a higher interest rate, with 0 origination points, and that was quoted 4.5%. So for someone whose first mortgage back in the 80s was 9 point something, 4.5% still seems pretty attractive to me, but I know it's a real dollars and cents issue for people that, particularly first-time home buyers in this economy, that are trying to save their money and get into that first home as compared to what they saw they could have done perhaps a year ago when they were still in the upper 3%. The next slide is really just to let you know that we've finally been able to work with staff at the county to do some additional data mining on business tax receipts. They do a phenomenal job of collecting this information, and we've simply been working with them to try to refine it so that we could separate out the 3 categories that you see in the last 4 months. It's our intent to continue to capture that data going forward, and over some period of time be able to develop some understanding or trends as it relates to commercial businesses versus home-based businesses, et cetera. Finally, the last 2 slides are, you may remember the last quarter we spoke to Yardstick about measuring Volusia County against other counties as it relates to bachelor's degrees and then other types of educational attainment. And what is the expectation of industry, again, across the U.S.? About 80% of the jobs available across the U.S. were not going to require a bachelor's degree. So if that represented a demand side of a conversation, it's our intent to share with you today some information that kind of talks about the supply side here in Volusia County. So it's our hope that we can put this information together. We're currently working with Joanne Magley's group in Community Information on kind of a special edition of what you normally think of as our Digital Economic Development Quarterly. So we'll go into some detail on this educational attainment data, but in particular, if you look at the slide that has high school, post-secondary, and associate degree completions, over 8,500 of those are available, and this is data that was collected following June 30, 2018, so basically the end of the school year this past summer. We believe that this will be informative to local employers who are seeking some type of talent that may not be an exact match to the job that they've posted. And I think it's a reminder that employers are not going to be able to hire today the way they did 5 years ago. And if they don't have yet a robust training program to bring someone in at some baseline level and then train them up to the needs of that specific position in their business, this is an opportunity for them to continue to work toward that goal. And that completes my report. I just thank you, Mr. Chair, in advance for your willingness to join us again this Friday, and wanted everyone to know that Roger Van Auker is currently the chair of the Economic Development Practitioners Council throughout the county. So 16 cities, roughly 10 or 11, have someone on staff who regularly practices some type of economic development for their city. They get together on a regular basis, hosted by Team Volusia. Roger's the chair of that group this year, and he'll be making a presentation. I saw it yesterday. It's 50 slides about mostly commercial, but some residential activity that's taking place throughout the county. And you can assume with 50 slides, there's a lot going on development-wise throughout the county. So thank you for your time.
A couple of questions, Rob. I know you're optimistic for the fourth quarter, but if you look at the previous 2 years, the fourth quarter declined from the previous third quarter, which would still be optimistic. But if you go back and look at the building permits for housing for 2006, I think they were over 6,000, or 2005, 2006, I don't
In
recall.
the
it from-
6,000 to
pardon?
6,500 range, yes, sir, for the year.
So for those people that say we're exploding, we really are not. And I think that's one point. It's maybe a good point or a bad point. We're not growing as fast as everyone thinks we are, as we're not building as much as everyone thinks we are, which should give a certain amount of calmness to people that we're back in the cycle of 12 years ago, which we're not. So hopefully, I'm glad that we're growing the way we are, but I think it is a manageable growth. I'm glad that we're not going to have 8,000 units this year. I think this will be enough. And then your point on unemployment, I think there are now, with the 7 million jobs available throughout the United States, there are probably a little over 6 million unemployed people that are actively looking for work. There may be some that have dropped out. I don't know if that number's available, but the point's been made that there are more jobs available, not that people are available and qualified for those jobs. You know, they may be not qualified to be an engineer or a nurse or whatever it may be, but there's actually more people looking, more jobs than people looking for work. So
Yeah, so the average for the third quarter of 2018 nationally was 6,288,000 people unemployed.
yeah, so that's under the 7 million. I knew you'd have that number. I knew it was about 6, trying to do the 3.7%. Anyway, thank you very much. See you Friday morning.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And that's always an interesting morning. The people that are there are concerned, and the way it's presented, it's such a great detail and easy to follow.
Well, I believe we're going to have a nice surprise for the group that comes Friday morning as well. So,
I'll be there.
thank you.
Better breakfast? No, I'm just kidding. Joanne. Joanne Magley, our community, well, you're more than a community person. You're
Well, my role is Community Information Director,
Okay.
and I have 2 events on our list to tell you about since our last meeting. The Marine Science Center will host the free community event Wildlife Fest on Saturday, November 10th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. This annual fall event was previously known as the Bird Fest, but they do a lot more than talk about birds during this event, so they've expanded and thus changed the name. As in years past, visitors can meet the glove-trained birds of prey and observe the sea turtles undergoing life-saving rehabilitation. There'll be some booths set up by nature groups and crafters. Children can either buy a stuffed animal or bring their stuffed animal and ask rehab staff to check it for injuries. There'll also be a shark conservation station and presentations about the Volusia County's wildlife and artificial reef program. So admission to the Marine Science Center on November 10th will be free all day, and as you approved this morning, attendance will also be free at Lighthouse Point Park in conjunction with this event. And then the 8th annual Feed the Need Public Employee Food Drive gets underway November 11th through the 25th. And in conjunction with that, our libraries put on an event called Food for Fines. And so the public is invited to donate boxed or canned non-perishable goods to any Volusia County library as part of this program. And for each item donated, they can receive a $1 reduction in their overdue fines, up to $25. And last year with Food for Fines, the program collected 8,000 pounds of food. And that does it for your events update. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We'll go to item 15. I had it right here.
We just did. We can do item 12. That is just a.
Right. No.
Okay, and that one, and then.
Oh, you want to do 12?
Just going to approve a contract.
Okay. Let's go to item 12. John.
Morning, Council.
Good morning.
Previously, Council has selected Southern Strategies Group as a state legislative lobbyist firm. The contract has been provided to Southern. They've signed it, executed it, and Mr. Browning wanted to come down and make sure if there was any questions that he could answer them. He came down from Tallahassee, and Mr. Anderson came up from Orlando. So, having said that,
Okay.
go with it.
Opposed?
I move approval of the contract with Southern Strategy Group, Inc. for state lobbyist services 18-Sierra Quebec-109 Juliet Juliet.
Second.
Motion made by Post, second by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes, and you don't have to speak.
Yeah.
I was going to extend that. I just was going to say he didn't have to, but we have a few minutes before lunch. If you can, you've made the trip down from Tallahassee.
He says no, thanks.
And we're not hangry. We're not hangry yet, so you're probably okay. Thank you. Thank you both for being here, and thank you for coming, making the trip down. And can you do something to my Seminoles? If are they playing again? I don't know. Just now that is something when we start wishing for basketball season. Thank you. Yep. And golf and swimming and track and field. Okay, we got that. I think we have time for the appointments. Item 16. This is appointment of DeLand City Commissioner Charles Pavia to the Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Agency. Ms. Post. Oh, your light was on.
Oh, no, that was from last.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of Mr. Paiva,
Patterson.
Charles Paiva, to the Spring Hill.
I'm too slow.
Is there a second, Ms. Cusack? Motion made by Patterson, second by Cusack to appoint DeLand City Commissioner Charles Paiva to the Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Agency. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And we'll move to item 17, and this is for the replacement or appointment to the Cultural Council for the remainder of the year term 2019, District 3.
Mr. Chair, I moved to reinstate to the Cultural Council for the remaining of the year, expiring March 31st, 2019, Nancy Maddox.
Motion made and seconded, made by Denny, seconded by Wheeler. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously on item 17. And we will go ahead and...
Lunch is here. Yes, food's here, so.
We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Motion, meeting recessed to 1.
I'm sorry, Ben. I'm not sorry. No, I was spaced out. I was totally spaced out right now. Okay, how's it going, kiddo?
Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene the October 30th, 2018 council meeting, and at this time, I'm looking for, there he is.
Afternoon, Council. John Booker, Government Affairs. Previously, the Council selected two firms for their federal lobbying contract, or at least whittled down the group down to two. So we have both of those firms here. Becker is represented by Clarence Williams and Omar Franco, and the Color 9 group is Michael Willis. Janine's got some housekeeping items to read into the record, and then we'll see where you guys want to go from there.
Okay.
Good morning, Janine Jennings, Purchasing and Contracts. Like John said, we're down to presentations from two companies. We met previously. Becker will be going first. The Color 9 group will be going second. They've been instructed that they have 10 minutes to present. They each do have a presentation, and once they have finished their presentation and questions have been answered, I will come back with a ballot and ask for a vote.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I'll bring up the Becker group.
Get that clock going. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Council, if you would, we will have a question period at the end. Let's let them make their entire presentation and hold our questions for then. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you so much for having us here with you today. We really appreciate the opportunity to present before you. I am Clarence Williams. This is my partner, Omar Franco. We're with Becker and Poliakoff. We are based in Fort Lauderdale, our firm, but we are Washington, D.C. guys. I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Omar, to tell you a little bit about our firm, and we'll get into the presentation.
So like Clarence said, we've been around. We're a 40-plus-year-old law firm, first established in Fort Lauderdale. We started our practice in 2011 in Washington, so we're kind of one of the newer players. But I think we've really helped establish ourselves, and we had a long history in Washington before that at other firms and working for members of Congress. But I think the certain things do stand out, and obviously, while we're part of a bigger firm, we act and we feel like we're a boutique firm, right? There's only 4 of us in the Washington office, and it's a bipartisan firm. So we pride ourselves on that bipartisanship. We also pride ourselves on the diversity that we have. We're one of the most diverse teams on the Hill. And the other thing I think that we really pride ourselves on is the balance that we try to strive for, which was between a public sector clients and private corporations. I think that is a very unique balance that we bring to the table that a lot of firms either do mostly public work or mostly private work. So I think that balance is really helpful because we really do get to see a lot of different issues and both sides of the coin. So,
and he's had a chance to talk to some of the things that we find as differentiators about ourselves versus a lot of other firms. Our firm is extraordinarily vertically integrated, horizontally integrated. We work with the other practice groups pretty well up until we have regular conversations with our real estate groups, with our construction groups, with our lobbyists at the state and local levels, to find the best way of getting things done for our clients. It's not always going to be a one-fits-all solution. We don't go into it that way. So we've made use of the collective brain power of the entire firm to get things done. In so doing, one of the things that we have found, we make, I think, very intelligent usage of one of our newer practice groups, which is the public-private partnership practice group. While they are relatively new on the block, they have been successful already with several projects, most recently a $500 million project they did for LSU to build some student housing and some other functions on that campus. Our newest practice group is going to be with opportunity zones. Volusia County is just primed to make great usage of opportunity zones in several areas of the county. There are expansive opportunity zones, both in residential areas and in commercial areas, to do some really, really good things. We are very familiar with the county. I represent Bethune-Cookman University. We have very close ties as well to NASCAR and to some other functionaries in the county. And so we've already started having some of these conversations that we think could be beneficial to the county at large. It is that experience with the county, as well as some of the things that we do as a function of our firm at large, that helps us to, I think, be as best we can be for all the folks that we represent. Omar, I'll tell you a little bit about the rest of our team. One of the things that we do that a lot of other firms don't is we don't get into this is my client. That serves no purpose. I don't know a single lobbyist in all the time that I've been doing this that has the ability to get everything done for each one of their clients. I have my strengths, Omar has his, and the rest of our group, we have individual strengths that we pull together to make sure we're getting the right thing done. So, Clarence Williams, I was former chief of staff for Congressman Kendrick Meek for 8 years. Prior to that, I spent 7.5 years in the state legislature. So I'm a creature of government. I have made it my work to understand how things function on the executive level, where you can find resources and funds to get things done for people in unique ways to kind of make things happen the way you need them to happen. Omar then will introduce you to the rest of our team.
My name, Omar Franco. I was the former chief of staff to Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, who is now currently the chairman for the Transportation HUD Subcommittee on Appropriations. When I came up with him, I was also his lead staffer on appropriations as well. So that's my background. I left the Hill about 11 years ago, and I've been since that time representing both public and private clients at the federal level. As we started the firm, so it was Clarence and I, we started the firm in Washington. It was us two who were first there, but one of the first folks that we reached out to was Amanda Wood, who's also part of the team. She was Bob Graham's, Senator Graham's last legislative director, but she had a ton of public sector experience working with counties around the state, and we just thought that she would just be a fantastic member to add not just to this team, but to add to our firm up in Washington, and she's just been a real tremendous asset. Her strengths really are in the criminal justice space as well, so we kind of, and when I say bipartisan, I also want to emphasize, it's not like I handle the Republicans and Clarence Amanda handle the Democrats. It really means that we can go into anybody's office, Republican or Democrat, and they know us. They know us because of the work that we do with the private companies, but also the work that we do with the public sector. So it really is a true bipartisan. And then our support staffer is Jordan Blumenthal. He was Patrick Murphy's legislative assistant, and we were really fortunate to get him. A Georgetown law grad, so like I say, he's kind of like the brains of the operation. I think we're more the brawn. So we needed a lawyer since it is a law firm. So Jordan rounds out our team.
So the linchpin of everything we do is going to be making sure that we have a full understanding of what you guys want to do for Volusia County. Not today, not just tomorrow, but 10, 20 years down the road, what is going to be the legacy of this panel in building up Volusia County. That takes some kind of getting down in the weeds and in the dirt and figuring out what those things are, and making sure we bring the best people to the table to get those things done. Communication is the linchpin of everything that we're going to do. Talking to you, talking to staff, making sure that you're communicating to us what you need, and we're communicating back to you what we need to get things done for you up at the federal level. That'll start right away. For us, I feel a closeness to Volusia because one, I represent Bethune-Cookman University just across the way. Very close ties with folks at NASCAR, but on a personal, 3 of my very best friends in the world are from Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach. Best man, another one of my officiant, and another of my groomsmen are all from the area and went to school together and all that thing. So we have very close ties to the community. We use this method of communication back and forth and kind of getting into the weeds of things to, like I said, help us out in several ways. It's been successful. We have found that in making sure that we can have a constant flow of communication back and forth, that you're always ahead of the curve. That's always the most important thing, is making sure that the folks who are making the decisions know more than the guy across the way, know more than the county down that way, know as quickly as possible when there's a deadline for something that we want to apply for to make sure you get the funds in hand. As you can see, this is just stuff really in the last, 18 months, the stuff on this list that we've been able to accomplish for our public clients. we feel pretty strong. If you want to talk to a few of these.
You know, the Tiger Grant, I think, you know, that's always, they're called BUILD now is the new acronym, but, you know, that's kind of the holy grail, right? And the way we did it, it was, you know, it was a 3-year process, and how we did it with Collier County is at every step of the way. You know, their first project, it was good, but it wasn't considered great. So we helped them. We got them not only in front of Congress, but in front of the DOT to really drill down and to get that. The next year we got it to qualified. So it was in the running, but not quite there yet. And so we did it again, and you know, the county worked with us, and we made sure we were really back and forth. And then finally that 3rd year, we got them into that highly qualified section. And, you know, that's where a little bit of, you know, the politics comes in. We made sure that they knew where this project was located, where, you know, what was going on that. And, you know, we were very successful in getting a $13 million grant in a 3-year span. So I think that, you know, kind of shows our, not just our tenacity, but our reach into both the administration, which we haven't talked about as much, but we do have very good reach into the administration, as well as our bipartisan approach on the Hill.
And so one of the things, I'll do this briefly and let you guys get into questions, that we don't wait until something comes up to try to make use of it. One of the things we do is we get with the executive folks and we talk to them about things that our counties and cities need. We help them develop grant programs that we can then make use of to get things done that we need to get done. I'll stop there, let you guys ask us questions because we prefer that anyway. And so, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, for being here and taking an interest in pursuing this. And we know it's probably not the top of your list as clients, but we know that we would be treated if we select you, that we'd be treated equally and fairly. I think we feel that based upon your reputation. Ms. Dindes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. So you alluded in your opening comment that there was a lot of opportunities for Volusia County. Can you identify just one commercial opportunity you think Volusia County is on the cusp for?
Well, I'll put it in general terms. And so when I mentioned opportunities, I mentioned specifically the Qualified Opportunity Zone program. So stuck in the tax bill back in December of 2017 was a very little recognized section that instituted what are called Qualified Opportunity Zones. In that, the governors of each state were allowed to designate up to 25% of their census tracts as opportunity zones. These usually were going to be communities that were underinvested, that had low income and low medium income, those types of things. It gives preferential tax treatment to the gains of anybody who wants to take money. You know, I just sold $100,000 worth of stock and made $50,000. If I take that $50,000 and invest it in one of these communities, I get specialized and preferential tax treatment on that money. One of the things that the folks up in DC realize is we've got probably $2.5–3 trillion worth of unrealized gains sitting out there that no one's investing because they don't want to pay the tax on it. There were several communities throughout Volusia, probably more densely grouped than just about any other county I can think of after I looked at it, of opportunity zones. You know, in Ormond, going down to New Smyrna, certainly in this area within DeLand, in the east part of Daytona Beach, where the investment potential is huge.
But it so there are identified federal qualified opportunity zones in Volusia County?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, those have been already designated.
They've already been designated, and now it's just a matter of packaging the projects that you'll then want to use as a fund. We've been talking to different fund houses, and one of the things that I brought up to, Morgan Stanley, for instance, is like, you know, rather than having just this big opportunity zone fund, can we have, say, a Volusia County Opportunity Zone Fund? The folks who have the money that's going to do the things that we want them to do, yeah, having a tax shelter is a good thing to have, but having a legacy project is even better. what do I pass on to my kids besides money? I pass on something they get to drive by every day and say, my family had something to do with that.
Okay, I understand that, but, and I understand some of the restraints with that too. So let's get out of let's get out of that little piece of it, because it's a very small piece of federal aid, where Volusia County is and where we're going. So other than that, so I'm still looking for the commercial opportunity or an industry, or where do you see Volusia County as the opportunity?
One thing in particular that I've already talked to a couple of folks about was the idea of building an aerospace industry here. You've got the makings of with Embry-Riddle, you've got the research components and capacity between all the universities that you have here, and coupling up with NASA to start bringing, either through an incubator or an accelerator, something like that, bringing these nascent aerospace companies into this area. There's the talent here to do it. There's the space here to do it. And all you need is really the impetus and the capital to. Those things all come together. One of the things you guys are already working on is a lot of your transportation infrastructure. That's always going to be the middle of everything. We do pretty well with transportation infrastructure funds. We've been very proud of ourselves with that. And to the extent that your transportation infrastructure makes this a throughway, everything else tends to develop around it. We also think we can be very helpful on the environmental side, especially with your water issues. That's another strength that we have built a pretty good relationship both with the EPA and with Homeland, and bringing down funds to our cities and counties specifically for clean water issues, for stormwater issues, make ourselves that much more prepared for hurricanes and flooding and that kind of thing. We do pretty well in that area, so we think we can be very helpful to Volusia.
Okay, thank you.
I think you mentioned something there that's been on the radar of a lot of people, and that is preparation, prevention is better than taking care of the after effect.
Yes, sir.
And I think there has been, that's been listed in the last year or so. We need to be better prepared for those things so we won't have the damage, so FEMA can continue to exist, I guess.
Right, yes.
So that does. Appreciate it. If anyone else have any questions? If not, certainly again, thank you for taking your time to be here, and
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
okay. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Good afternoon. It's good to be back in Volusia County. I think the last time I was here years ago with Congressman Micah, we probably had a conversation about how I would never be on this side of the podium as a.
I'm sorry, Mike, I'm a little hard of hearing.
Sorry, let me get over here a little bit closer. Is that better? Thank you. And so, but I am glad to be with you. I'll be presenting today on behalf of our team. The rest of my folks are back in D.C. If they knew how good the weather was, they'd want to be here, so I didn't tell them. But we are glad to be with you guys. I'm going to give you a little bit of a brief history of our firm and where we've gone. And the presentation you have today, just so that you're aware, is not meant to tell a story. I'm going to tell the story, and I'm going to use some slides, but I throw out a lot of numbers and charts that I want to talk about. So that's what you have in front of you, so you have something to look at, so you know what I'm talking about as we go along. But I started working with Volusia County back in 2004 with Congressman Micah on a number of projects. And I remember his voice still echoes in my head. What do you got for Volusia every now and then? So in our work for you guys, we've worked at Berry Creek on Stetson University. A lot of just work here in the county, making stuff happen and getting things done. And my history with Micah was I handled all of his appropriations, and I handled all of his national security issues. And so I was down here often when we had earmarks, and we talked about earmarks and what can we get for the county, and what do you need, what are some projects that need to be developed, those sorts of things. And so I spent a lot of time doing that. And for a long time, I did not want to be on the other side in the suit sitting across here today, because I really enjoyed what we were doing on the Hill. But there came a time where it became very clear that there was some communities that needed help outside of what Congress was doing, especially when they took away earmarks, that there was a lot happening in the agencies, and there was just a lot of confusion of what was going on there, and no one knew how to access those funds. And so we saw an opportunity to help communities doing that. That's my passion. My family was city managers and folks of that nature, so local governments is a passion of ours. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about our team later on and how they came to be, but primarily I want to just tell the story today of kind of where Congress has been, where they are now, what's going on in Washington, and how the county should be taking advantage of that. And so on our first slide there, you see back in 2004, when I was first working with you guys, it was very clear that there were funding opportunities and all you needed to do was go to Congress, and it was about 3 months out of the year where you did a lot of work with DC and your member and your senators, and you knew by June, July whether or not you were going to be funded. That's just how it worked back then. And things began to change a little bit. In fact, well, before we get to that, the reality is there was a lot of money there, and there's a reason why people were doing that. I mean, if you look at 2009 alone, there was $39 billion available, and 2010, a little less than that. By 2018, of course, Congress doesn't do earmarks anymore. And there's a new way in DC is what they call it, but really it's not so much different. And on the next slide there, you see there were 13,000 projects in 2008, and then we did a little less than 12,000 there in 2010, and again, no projects today. And so for a long time, folks didn't know how to function in Washington, as I mentioned. But I want to say the grant side of things is an area where we've been working in since 2004. While we did appropriations, many of you know the congressman, when he had this district, would often say, it doesn't matter where the money comes from, we got to take care of our folks. And so we didn't always just work in Congress. So one of the jobs that I had was also to work with the agencies. How do we negotiate funding and get federal grants and those sorts of things for the communities? And so if you look at this next chart here, you'll see that even when we had earmarks, which are the red lines there, there were still almost 400,000 grants being given out every year. And even in 2010, we had less than 100,000 earmarks, but we had more than 600,000 grants. And we were still working in that field. In 2010, we still work in that. And here's where we are today. And so this number is not meant to be small to confuse you or to give you eyes problems. It's really what I want to highlight here is the fact that when you used to go to a member and you'd ask for funding and the member would give you funding, now you have to go to 1,100 different agencies, sub-agencies, and departments. And they don't have a timeline. They don't work in the same year. There's sometimes you get funding in March, or a grant will open in March. It may not announce until the next March. We've had some that open in March one year, but they don't open until October 2 years from then again. And so there's no real way to do this in the kind of sense I pick up the phone and I call Congressman X or Senator so-and-so and say, hey, I need this project. Can you get us funding this year? It just works so different than that now. And so now again, this worked the same way years ago, but most governments didn't take advantage of that because they didn't know about it. It was a lot easier to go to your congressman and your senator to get funding. And so one of the things that you can see here is all these agencies are all over the map. And there's a big thing to know right here is that the timelines do change every year. If you pick an agency, the red one there is the biggest one, you'll see that not even every month or every year does it come out at the same time. Things change quite often. And oftentimes the rules change. Agencies, I remember when they first went to earmarks, one program manager told me, we don't really think this is going to last, so what we're going to do is give money to the people we gave money to last year, and then Congress will bring back earmarks and we'll start funding that way again. And of course that didn't happen. And so the agencies had some issues with how do we roll this out? What do we do? And it's been a real struggle for them. And there's no coordination. So EPA is not talking to DOT and those folks on, well, if we give this money, what does that do? We're used to a member, that's a good thing actually, where before if you had a member of Congress who would give you funding, he may say, they got money last year, let's wait a couple of years. Or they got one project, they're not getting three, that sort of thing. Because there's no coordination with agencies, there's no real priorities with the agencies. So whatever project we can develop and take to them is extremely advantageous because you can have 10 projects all at once in the works. Now that may not be advantageous for the staff here, but it is an opportunity that exists for you. And so and the fact that there's just more opportunities. There's more grants out there than ever were earmarks. So that's something that the county can really take advantage of, and we're built to do that. I'll show you one last chart here before we really get into the weeds on stuff. In 2018, there will be $600 billion, and that number is actually growing. Not all the numbers are in yet, but there were $600 billion in grants. Now, I know that doesn't mean a lot to Volusia County specifically. That's great, the money's there, but how do we access it? Well, that's where our team was built. As I said, I started in 2004 working with local governments, trying to find appropriations and funding for local projects. One of the things that we've really focused on is how to do that best. When I left the Hill in 2010 and went to work for another firm, the first thing that we did was figure out who are the people who could go after funding best. And it wasn't congressional staff, it wasn't former members, it was people that had worked in the agencies and knew their stuff. So for a number of years, I cultivated and built a team, which I have today. We have Annie Key, who works with, she used to work with EPA, she was a program manager. If you've ever had a DOT project or other construction project and had to deal with NEPA, the environmental standards and all of that, she is one of the people who handled those. We knew that's where local governments struggle. The other great thing about her was she handled a program that did grant funding at EPA. So we got two little pluses for her there when we were able to bring her in, and now she handles our grant program, then handles all of our environmental projects or transportation construction, anything that involves a NEPA. She works with the agencies to help get that through quicker and to make things happen on that level. One of the things that we've also worked on a lot has been trying to bring, again, local funding to projects, but to do that, we've needed, a lot of the agencies will ask questions like, well, I get that helps your client. What does that do in a broader aspect? And so we have a guy on our team that works with data. He just tracks data. He is big in the Department of Energy. He's well known in DC for his ability to collect data and put it together and tell stories. So we brought in Chris Whaling to work with us, who now, he collects that data, and we had some legislation put in the 2012 transportation bill that we were looking for, we had actually two clients that needed emergency bridge funding to expand some bridges that were too highly rated to ever get funding on their own. But we were able to include some language in that bill that basically took projects from all over the country, found problems with them, and how we could help DOT solve all those problems if we just had this one line thrown into the bill, and they were able to receive funding from that. And so looking at a bigger picture to get to the smaller projects to get those funded. We've also brought in an economist on our team who helps develop projects. That's a big question that's asked a lot lately, is how does this bring jobs? How does this create workers and a new tax base in the future? And so what we've looked at doing over the last few years is, okay, how can we use Chris's knowledge with the data, our knowledge of how Congress works and the agencies and what they're looking for in funding, and then how can we also take our economist and his data and put a package together that when we go to the federal agencies, they say, yeah, that is a project worth funding because it does create jobs.
Okay.
So thank you.
It's question time. Or not. Ms. Post.
Yes, Mr. Willis, if you could just touch on the relationship aspect of your company and the actual collaboration and interaction with your clients, specifically council, staff.
Yes, we work very closely. We understand. We have a program where every day it shoots us all the grants that are available through the federal government that opened that day. And so what we do is we sort through that. We have a staffer that does that every day. And as they find things that match local projects or things that we think that are going to be of interest, we really dig into that information on, does this project actually meet the qualifications of our client's projects? Timing, all of those sorts of things. Is it reasonable that if they apply, they're going to get funded? We gather all of that and we send that out pretty much on a daily basis every now and then, depending on the grant process and how many are opening, that sort of thing. It may be 2 times a week. So what we do with that's just one aspect of what we do. We want to make sure you're seeing what we see as fast as possible, because some of these grant programs are open 4 to 6 weeks and that's it. Others are open much longer. but we want to make sure your staff see it as fast as possible. We also do constant calls just to check in. We keep up with the news and what's going on locally. If a project, just here recently, the Hurricane Michael, we were contacted actually by the senators first. The senators called and said, hey, what's going on in the Panhandle? We have a lot of clients there. They wanted to know what's going on, how can they help, what can they put together. And so we coordinate with the agencies and with members of Congress on a regular basis in times of emergency, but also just in times of what's going on locally, what are some projects that we've identified, and we keep those conversations going. There's no way for us to know everything about every project, and so it is vital that we work closely with your staff, and that communication, we do a monthly update that we send out, said this is what was going on this month, and this is what occurred, how we helped, that sort of thing.
Okay.
There's a lot of communication.
And then a second question, would you be the specific contact, or do you have several people that we would be dealing with, or is it just one person?
What we have found is that it's better to have one contact. You have access to the entire team, and so the initial contact would typically be to me. But if there's an issue that Annie's assisting a certain department head or whatever with, then of course that they would be working on, whether it's a grant question or whatever.
And how many are on your team total?
There's 7 of us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good question on the fact that you actually source or look for it. We obviously have needs, and what our goal would be to take those opportunities, put them with the needs that we have. We don't, that you actually may have information of opportunities that we may not have identified as a need. It's very important, I think, for this council, especially with what we experienced the last 3 years, that someone is there watching for us and let us know, hey, this is available for cities, this is available for counties. These are some things that may be, and to keep us abreast, because we obviously depend upon our voice there to let us know what is available. And like you said, sometimes they're there and then they're not. Right. Maybe a short window, a closed window for something that becomes an opportunity. So I think that's a very important question, Heather, that someone is aware and watching out.
Yeah. We do have a regular, that communication, that to us is so vital. And we also do 2 site visits a year. So we'll be here in Volusia wanting to talk with whoever we need to about different projects and where you guys are in the process. And because all funding depends on the process. Where are you? What do you have ready? Those sorts of things. And so those constant conversations that we have help us. For instance, in San Clemente, we were told by the federal agency there was no project locally that they were working on. And we said, well, let us go down and take a look. The city there did a tour with us, and we found there's a railroad right next to the project that if this project didn't function, the railroad didn't function. And it was worth millions of dollars to the community to have the railroad there every year. So we were able to come back with an economic argument that, no, you need a project here, just from those site visits. So things like that are extremely important for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. It's great to look for new opportunities, but our guiding document is our legislative platform. So I would hope that that would be the focus.
Yeah, for sure.
Going forward and communicating with staff. What I'm looking forward to is communication with the council.
Yes.
Because we're the one that will agree on the contract, and we will be the ones to agree whether or not we renew a contract, as has been evidenced this past year. So I'm putting that out there, the elephant in the room. Just saying.
Whatever works best for the council.
Understood. And I'm saying this for our benefit as much as yours. So I'm going to ask you the same question. What opportunity, or where do you see Volusia County as being poised for an opportunity at the federal level? Or not opportunity, strength, weakness, opportunity, threat under a SWOT analysis? Where would you see us that you could assist Volusia County the most?
I think opportunities right now really abound, especially within this administration's priorities. Past administrations have looked for ROI on projects. So they looked at big cities. If you had a big city and you could show that if you had an intersection project that was going to be completed and 400,000 people used it that week, that's great. This administration has sort of flipped that on its head. The Tiger grants are now the build grants last year. 69% went to smaller counties and smaller local governments. That's not been the way that has worked before. So getting specific on that, I think this administration is looking to spend dollars in smaller local governments, not just in the big cities around the country. And depending on the project and depending on the agency, we've got 7 of my former colleagues are now in the Secretary's office or some level of that at DOT and Interior and other agencies like that. So having an extra voice in those agencies is extremely important as well. So there's opportunity there because of just where they are in this moment.
Understood. So, and we agree that this administration is turning things on its head. So, transportation funding, you discussed that. We got that all comes through the Federal Highway Association and those transportation funds. And I believe this president wants to completely flip the transportation funding and make it a 20-80 with 20% from the feds and 80% from the locals. Is that your take on it too at this stage?
Only on the larger cities. I mean, it's very fluid and it depends on who you talk to in the administration. When I talk to the administration in the Secretary's office, that's not quite how they want to do it. The president does sometimes, in fact...
He doesn't care what the Secretary is going to want. That's not going to...
At the end of the day, they're the ones, though, who actually have to write these things and really convince him. And you've got Congressman Micah who's advising the administration on a regular basis in the Secretary's office, so on how to do these things. So what that will look like, I think is going to be really the whole new Congress coming up and all of that. I think one of the good things that you have this last year is when we couldn't get $1 trillion infrastructure bill, that Congress did try to fit a lot of that funding into the normal appropriations bill. So right now there's actually quite a bit of money that's available for local governments in transportation infrastructure especially.
But is that not flowing down to the state and then the state channels it through to the local?
Not all of that, no ma'am. There's quite a few grants that are out there. And there's also a new sub-agency, the Build America program, which is all of the DOT agencies and a few others that are coming together really to help local governments narrow down their projects to good projects that can actually receive the most federal funding available. And it's coordinating even different grant programs together in this program. And the great thing about it is it's so new. There's not a lot of hiccups and rules and things like that have been pushed on this. So they're really pushing the barriers on how do we get funding to local governments.
The rules haven't been developed yet, is what you're saying. They haven't,
Right.
they haven't wrapped their arms around this.
They have some, but they haven't pushed them so much they've had to change them yet. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the most fluid, frustrating thing for us at this level with transportation dollars. Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, I just have one question, not from this team, but from the Becker. I would like to know how many staff members they have. We didn't ask them that. If I could just...
Total, there are 7 of us. There are 4 senior consultants that do the majority of the work, and then we, rely sometimes on our state folks in coordinating different things for our clients here in Florida.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll now proceed with the selection process, which is fairly straightforward. Thank you both for being patient with us, and there's probably a lot of questions that we will come up with later.
Thank you.
This would be my guess. I said there'll probably be a lot of questions later.
And y'all are pros at this, so just X the one, your choice. Just one? Just one. Just X marks the spot. And pick them up.
Oh, do we have to sign it?
If you put it under your name, it's fine. Or you can sign it.
You just want X on the one we're picking, right?
Yeah. What if we want both of them? Just kidding.
I had a hard time totaling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing, with all the technology we have to go back to paper and a pen.
One day.
And one day we'll just send the choice mentally and you'll receive it. And don't laugh because it's not that far off.
One bad solar flare.
Yep, one bad solar flare and it's done.
All right, I'm going to read the votes. Chairman Kelly, Becker. Ms. Cusack, Becker. Mr. Patterson, the Color 9 Group. Ms. Wheeler, Becker. Ms. Denny's, Becker. Ms. Post, the Color 9 Group. Mr. Lowry, the Color 9 Group. And so it would give Becker 4 and the Color 9 Group 3. I just need a motion.
It shows we listened and you both had something to present, and
Let's vote.
the decision's made. Do we want to have a motion to proceed, Ms. Cusack?
Mr. Chair, I move that we would negotiate a contract with Becker Bum.
Motion made by Ms. Cusack, second by Mr. Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and I look forward to the negotiation and a long-term successful relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think that takes us to public comments, right? And we have John Nicholson who'd like to speak.
John Nicholson, 413 North Granby Avenue on Daytona Beach. We've been trying to work on a problem in Daytona Beach.
Could you take that one, which seems to be longer than the other one, or for some reason maybe it's not. There you go. Thank you.
There seems to be an effort to work with us or on a project in Daytona Beach, and I've asked you guys to help us. There is, for better word than not, our economy works through tourism. We get a tremendous amount of money from tourists, and we have several events, Bike Week, Biketoberfest, et cetera, that require a lot of hotel rooms, restaurants, et cetera. This group is causing problems, and I think you heard about it at the Ocean Center. We almost lost an event. We generally have a rule, or had when I was first here, that you couldn't sleep on the beach. You couldn't block passages. You have an aisle for all the driving beach that you cannot sleep or set up in that area. It's for vehicles only. And our lifeguards go up and down this section. I propose that you did the same thing for that section that goes from Main Street to the ocean. That also is a vehicle access point. These people have decided to do all kinds of things in that area. They make these little roses, and they leave all their trash behind. There used to be an ordinance that you couldn't litter. So I'm asking you to enforce the littering law, that when they leave all this stuff around, they can be acted upon. They are now taking over your Dolphin Park by the parking garage, and all that litter is sitting there. They're sleeping there. They're hassling our tourists. So I'm asking you to enforce a lot of the laws that you've already had on the book and have had for years. The no drive zone that you have in the center of our city, I'm asking you to enforce all the locations that says you cannot set up camp or towels or whatever in a drive zone, which includes the one right next to the pier. I understand that we're having some problems with that. If you enforce the no drive zone where you have the no drive zone, it would help us tremendously. The city of Daytona Beach is, for years, not grown. Okay, one year we grew by 800 people in a 10-year period. 800 people is not a lot. Right now, we're going leaps and bounds. Mosaics. So I'm asking you to look at the bridge on LPGA, and I don't care who owns it, find a way to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. With that, we'll go to George.
Yeah, I just have one issue that comes up. We already get questions about it. This particular year, Christmas and New Year's, they fall on a Tuesday. And so we end up with this question every year, and we need some time to adjust if there's a different answer than normal. But I do know that we're not very productive on Christmas Eve, right when we have a Tuesday holiday. Just so you know, refresh you, that county holiday for our employees and everything, it would be Christmas and New Year's, not the day before. So this comes up whenever you're at the beginning of the week or the end of the week. You know, we could take a look at closing non-essential offices on New Year's Eve or on Christmas Eve. We can do it in a way like we've done in the past with storms, and I think we've done it other times when this has occurred, where we basically don't give a holiday, but we give a day, an extra leave day to everybody. So, which is a better way of doing it in terms of financially. So it's just something I wanted to put out there. We don't have to decide today, but I had to bring it up today to give time for a decision because you only have one meeting coming up in November. So if you want to agenda that or think about it and discuss it at the next meeting, that'd be fine.
Has everyone been briefed on this prior to?
No one has. We just got the stuff
okay
today, so.
Probably be best, council, to bring it back, or?
I think to be open about
Can
it
do
and
it.
everything, we should do it that way. That's my recommendation. But
Okay.
I thought it was important. I could have it as an actual agenda item, or I can bring it back up at that time. But I think I can put together what the cost, or at least the how we would handle it with the days, would be probably useful for everyone to
I
know.
think agendaing it with that information would be helpful.
Got it.
Appreciate it.
Okay. The only other thing I have just for me is that I put out a notice. I will be out of town starting Thursday afternoon through the full day on Monday, and I'll be back here on Tuesday. So
What time Thursday afternoon?
Thursday afternoon, I'll come up with the exact time. I have a flight out that
Well, I mean, we have a meeting at 3.
I'll take care of you, Mr. Chair.
I mean, it's okay.
So I have that taken care of.
All right, just check.
So go and we have a phone, and I can be reached at all times, except for the period of time when I hope to be in what was favorably known as Death Valley in Baton Rouge on Saturday night with 105,000 of my closest friends. So
I guess they're playing FSU. No, I'm just kidding.
So
maybe Alabama.
Go Tigers.
Thank you. Dan?
Nothing, sir.
Thank you. We start the council's comments. Dr. Lowry.
All right, thank you. I'll just be brief. I just had one thing I wanted to give appreciation and thanks to the staff. We had, I guess, Ms. Post, you've got your impact meeting tonight. We had ours last week over Deltona, and the staff just did a great job of making presentation on that. We didn't have a ton of people there, but Yeah, you did a good job, Tad. I'll see you back here. Yeah, you guys and Clay, y'all did a good job. Jeff was there with the sound and so forth. And I think people are beginning to understand now, because I think there was a lot of confusion. I don't know. I think the paper kind of portrayed that there was a great gold mine there in impact fees, and I think people are finding out now that they're not. And even if we tripled the things, we'd barely have enough money to paint the road, more or less pave it. And once they figure that out, then there'll be more wisdom, be able to abound in regard to decisions in regard to that. But anyway, I just want to tell staff they did a great job, and the people there were well pleased. There was some of the electeds there from Deltona, and I think DeBerry as well, and then also some community people. But George, I just wanted to brag on them. Did a good job. I was there at the meeting, and was well pleased and proud to see our staff doing a great job again.
I also would like to thank Jamie. Her efforts have been great in this, because you cannot forget the legal ramifications, which people do, and she's done a spectacular job of letting people know that side of it in the history as well. It's been really good. They've been very good presentations so far. I've got nothing but
We're bragging on you, Jamie, while you were out there. So.
Okay. That's all I have. Mr. Patterson.
I can say the same thing, because I really was very impressive what the staff did at that impact fee presentation for my area, my zone 4, and I was really pleased with everybody that was there. Not a big crowd either, but it's still, I think there was some aha moments that I saw from quite a few people when they started realizing, the certain little nuances of impact fees. That some of the things you can and some of the things you can't do with the impact fee. So it was good, a lot of good information there.
In all fairness to our chair, it is a complicated process to figure that out. Extreme. I'm an undergraduate math major. It is complicated.
It is complicated, and it's complicated.
Yeah, you just don't throw a number out there and say that's going to solve it, or as I keep hearing, we just need to quadruple impact fees, so we'll stop growth, and that's not what you can do. So, but that's good. It was a really good presentation. Totally good.
Ms. Post.
I recently attended some homeowners associations meetings in my area, and so I wanted to make sure to let the public know some information on things that are going on out in the LPGA corridor area, and this will hopefully enlighten a number of people. The traffic light at Tomoka Farms Road and LPGA, the permit has been approved, the materials have been ordered, and you should see that light very soon. So yay. The other thing is Tournament Road and LPGA, which is just down the street, and that's actually the street where the Champion Elementary School pours out into. There is also a traffic light coming there as well, and I know the question has been, well, when? But that permit is being pursued as well, and it may actually have been approved at this point. It was in the works the other night, so the approval. But the bottom line there, I think, is that light will be actually operable and in. We're looking at least within the next 6 months. So that is a very good, it's a great time frame. The other thing I had, Councilman Lowry mentioned that tonight is the last community meeting regarding the impact fees. It's at Daytona Beach City Hall from 6:30 to 8 p.m. I will be there as well, and I'm actually hopeful that on the 13th, when we come back as a council, we can get to work on addressing the issue of the impact fees, just one way or the other. The third thing I had was voting. If you're not aware, early voting is this week. We are in early voting time frame, so you can go to a number of locations across the county and vote through the 4th. Yes, downstairs is full of people as well with their signs. But your vote is your voice, and so I hope that everybody will get out and vote. And the last thing I had is As many of you are aware, last year I did the rappelling over the edge at the One Daytona building in support of Easter seals, and very exciting, I get to do that again. So this Friday at 1:50 will be my rappelling time to go down the side of the building. So 1:50 on Friday afternoon. Feel free to come out to One Daytona and cheer us on. I know that Tom Leake, Representative Tom Leake, will be going down the building on the other side at the same time. So feel free to come out for that. And again, the whole reason for that is to support Easter Seals, which is the special needs children specifically within our county and our area. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to bring up for the third time the Daytona meeting for the impact fees. That is my district also, so I will be there in attendance. Hopefully everyone will attend and ask the questions that you've been asking us, and hopefully you'll get all the information that you need. I would also like to get an update on Protogroup for Daytona.
Tad, come on up.
And my concerns from last week.
We have had numerous conversations, both with the project manager for the construction group representing the owner, and also the city of Daytona Beach. And they proposals were put in for safe passage through both the north edge of the construction zone and also through Oak Ridge to the building officials of Daytona Beach. Am I correct?
Correct.
How long have they had that?
It was submitted, can't recall if it was last Monday or the previous Friday, but.
So they've had it through this week, and we have yet to get an answer back. You talked to Craig Foley, the owner's rep?
Correct. Yeah, we had, I know that the city had it as of the previous Monday, so they've had it during that time. I know Glenn Garquart his schedule was all over the place, having been off for a little bit, but we did not receive any word back from the city. I talked to Craig Foley, as George mentioned. They have not, the Proto Group has not heard back from the city. What the Proto Group had put together for it was that for the immediate future, they would go ahead and transport people by golf cart. They've already sent over pictures of doing so. They've got a golf cart, and they're getting people around in the short term while the contractor's getting up to speed and getting everything set up. As a part of what they're proposing, the initial part of getting pedestrians through would be locating a cantilevered bridge section, so to speak, set up against the northern boundary of the project. It would tie into the existing stairs that are there, consistent with our agreement, and get people from one side to the other that way. Because it's a vertical structure, it needs to be permitted by the city, and that's part of what Proto Group is asking for. During the time when they're working on that north tower, then they would potentially shift to the our right-of-way section and do Connex boxes or something similar to provide a protected access. All of that's outlined in the plan that the city has, and we're just waiting on their go-ahead on it. So one of the questions we know has been a concern is, if you've got overhead issues, something along those lines, that's why they proposed the Connex boxes through the middle section. But on the section along the north boundary, with that, there won't be any overhead work in that area until much, much later. And then once they do, then they'll shift over to the Connex boxes. So we think it meets all the city's requirements based on what they had verbally told us before. They were concerned about things falling from the building and hitting a pedestrian cutting through there. So.
Thank you, and I would hope that we would just stay on top of this, and Ted, I appreciate all that you're doing and staff. This is one of those situations, this, in my opinion, falls on Proto Group. They knew what they were getting into, but they're working with us, and I just want to make sure, I think they got the message that we're not going to let this slide by. It has to be rectified, and I appreciate so much what staff has done to make sure we continue this. And we just need to get Daytona now to get those permits.
We will keep up on it.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Tad. And the other thing is, George, I didn't know if you had any other meetings with the fire chiefs and all of that group that you're meeting with, if you've got any further updates. How's that communication going?
Actually, not only, I have met with the managers group, and it includes the fire chiefs, but the really working group has been led by Joe Pozo, that includes some of those same people and other people on the ground that are actually doing the work. So those meetings are going very well. We've got, and of course, we've already put into place the stuff, our units, or and we've increased while we put the BLS units online, I increased the staffing even with our own folks while we got the other people up to speed and got the units up to speed. So that's already in place, and everything else that they're working on, we're very close to agreements. I've also met with the hospitals, which, remember, a big part of the equation. And we are working with them on a better system for the interfacility transports, which are, these hospitals have changed their models through the years. They're moving a lot more people around, and that's something that definitely has been affecting us. I think we average like 14 transports a day just for the hospitals. So we're working with them on maybe a different system there, and we're already kind of test piloting some of that right now to see how that works. If we were to make what we're doing permanent, I would need to come before you with some changes in the way we do that. So I will be doing that. We're slated to come before you, I think the first meeting in January, with a whole big, everything we've done and are doing, and anything like that that would require, an ordinance change or some sort of a change with the council itself. So I'm very optimistic, and I think it's been a very good exercise with everybody working together and bringing in all ends of it. And part of it is going to be educational, and that's another thing. I reached out to the hospitals to partner with us on that aspect of it, because they have some of the same problems, and they're trying to do the same type of thing, and shifting the effort away from the emergency services to services that are better controlled, better upfront care, and the things that need to get done. And now we're a recognized partner with them, and I think that will help us when we go ahead and do marketing of some of the changes we want to do. They're going to help us with that.
Do we have anyone in there that's involved with the nursing homes for any of that conversation?
We do, from the perspective of how we serve them. I don't have a nursing home representative per se. We also, we deal with the nursing homes on a regular basis as well through Jim Judge's office, with because they have to have an emergency plan all the time. So I will make sure, and I may include him in the discussion, to bring them in as representatives that they work with, because again, it's important. One of my big things that we push with our emergency folks when there's a storm or anything approaching is, let's make sure that all of our folks that are in those situations, that there's a plan, they're taken care of, and people just don't run and leave them behind, which has happened in other areas of the country. We recognized that years ago, and I think we're advanced in that area. So we'll use that connection for this as well.
Well, I thank you again for that. I think there has been a lot of changes since July, and we've got a lot of moving parts moving forward. And I don't want to look backwards. I want to look forward, and I think the communication has just changed tremendously. George, and I appreciate you in those efforts. I hear it everywhere that I go in the cities that I have such strong contacts with. I'm hearing it constantly, the appreciation that the communication is there. So I thank you very much for that. And then my final comment is to the synagogue in Pittsburgh, our hearts and prayers are with you. Tragic, tragic, tragic again. Hope somewhere, sometime, everybody realizes we were all placed on this earth to be together, to get along, and we're all equal. And it's just tragic, and let's get this stopped and let it begin with us. Thank you.
Before I go to you, there's Fred has.
Yeah, I forgot something. If I can jump in real quick, it's gotten cooler lately, which has been nice, but it may get colder later on, and our church was very involved with the homeless situation last year. So, Donna has been working on this as well as Mr. Judd, and he has they're putting some things together. So what I'm getting at is, hopefully we'll get this thing situated, and they're doing the yeoman's work on this, that when things do get cold, whatever temperature that's going to be, we push a button and things get into action, so we're not running around the night before trying to call and trying to figure things out. So we've got some things underway. I just want the public to know about that we're working on that behind the scenes. Thank you. That's all.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attended the Impact Feast workshop, also the one in DeLand, and I thought that it was a very good dialogue that happened at that meeting. I don't represent a district, I represent the entire county, so it's incumbent upon all of us to realize that it doesn't begin and end with the district. We represent the whole county, all of us together. It was well done. I think that we got some good questions asked, and maybe some folk were a little bit more enlightened about the process, and I thought it was well done. Thank you to staff for that. And then I need to have a follow-up on the diversity and inclusion report.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Yep, that is going to be in next council on the 14th. Yeah, we have it done. We have the presentation. We'll be coming up on the next meeting.
Oh, that's great. I look forward to that, and I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just piggyback on the impact fee meeting at the Brandon Center and the New Smyrna Beach. Staff did a great job. We had a really good turnout from the community and a lot of really good questions and good discussion. So I want to thank staff for that. Between Jamie, Tad, and Clay, they really carried the water on answering some really tough questions, including, the question that was asked is this the study that was hidden? To which Clay said there's absolutely been no hidden study, and answered it very articulately and factually, and it's been a very, very good experience. Thanks for that. So I wanted, Volusia County Fair opens November 1st, and Thursday, November 8th, of course, we'll be there, hopefully all of us, for lunch to support the Board of Directors. That means a lot to our Board of Directors at the Volusia County Fair, so I want to encourage council to be there. If you're not there, that's also noticed too. This is a huge issue, supporting our youth here in Volusia County. And then that night, Thursday, November 8th, is a livestock auction that we bid. So I assume everybody's in, right? Is there anybody, council member, that there's 7 of us that does not want to be in? If you do.
I did actually want to point out, I know you had asked about attending that, but I'm actually going to be on a cruise with my husband for our annual getaway, and I will not have access to email, phone, anything from the 4th through the 12th. So just letting you know, I will not be there, but certainly there in spirit.
Wonderful, but you'll be supporting us as a council in a Market Hog, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful, because we could FaceTime it too with technology anymore. Anyway, but
I'm not doing any council stuff on my cruise.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Okay, so that's kind of the Volusia County Fair. Just 2 other items. Our reasonable assurance plan. We had a meeting, our final public meeting on the reasonable assurance plan, and that's our stakeholders in that, of course, is the county and the city of New Smyrna, Edgewater, and Oak Hill, and the council had approved it. We had come up with it, so submitted it to the Department of Environmental Protection. We had quite a bit of pushback on what was presumed that we were lowering the minimum standards, which is not a time to be doing that. So I had a call the day before from the DEP Secretary, Drew Bartlett, and he said, Deb, I really need your help. I think we can help get Volusia County over the line here, but we need to not ignore science, but let's work on the outcome. So if you can just leave the minimum standards the way they are, ask your staff if they will do that. We can help you with your projects and get this approved through the DEP, because we have 13 projects that we've submitted on that, 13 to the DEP. So when the DEP secretary calls and asks for a personal favor to help us get our plan approved, the answer is yes, sir, I'm on it. So with that, I forget, who did I call? Clay? I think I called Clay and said, okay, we've had a request from the DEP. He went to staff and we accommodated, and it took a very, which could have been not a happy conclusion with that particular meeting. And I was happy to say Clay Henderson, who was, actually he was happy too. He called me, he said, okay, Deb, now we have to get septic down to Oak Hill. Let's get going. So there's a lot of spin-offs. We're talking about water quality and all these projects and boards that we serve on. But when we can take and have a relationship like that with a state agency to help the funding of our projects, that's tremendous, absolutely tremendous. And because of that, Mr. Rechtenwald, I alluded to it earlier, but I really think we need to make, I don't know what we call it on our website. Let staff come up with a unique way. Maybe it's the water drop we talked about, or they've got the big blue marble. There's a big conference going to happen, I think, in January or February of next year at the Brannan Center yet again. So there's a lot of funding opportunities. We are at the table. They do have our personal cell phone numbers, the agencies, they are reading our reports. And so we're poised for some really good work within the agencies to accomplish what we need to.
Yeah, and just adding to that, we tomorrow, we just got contacted today, so not good about notice, but there'll be a meeting that we'll have major staff attending with the DEP and I think other members, Red Tide, and maybe some funding that may be available with that as well. So we'll be attending that as well.
And on a time certain, I'll give you the exact date, but I was in Vero Beach on Friday for the Indian River, representing Volusia and the Indian River Lagoon Council, and they have agreed that our first meeting of next year will be held in Volusia County at the Brannan Center. So we're bringing the Indian River Lagoon Council. Part of the council that goes understated is that we're part of the National Estuary Program. It's a federal program. There's only 28 in the whole nation. We are part of a National Estuary Program and fall under the Clean Water Act. So there's a lot of funding opportunities and projects that we're really starting to avail ourselves of. Okay, so the last thing, Donna, Ms. Butler, could I ask you, I had an email from a constituent, and I have followed up, and I asked Donna to verify this. So a constituent sent me an email concerned that in New Smyrna Beach, a program from Stuart Marchman, the clinic on South Orange in Washington, is closing as of this Friday. And I was like, what? We didn't have notice that Stuart Marchman was closing. The building was closing. She's concerned about the constituents that they help. Her particular group helps the clients that are indigent or the working poor and the mentally ill constituents with their medications. So the concern is, and I'll let Don explain it more, what we found out is they're going to consolidate and move it to Daytona in DeLand. So can you, Donna, explain exactly what's happening here so we have this right?
Sure. I spoke to Ivan Kosimi and Rhonda Harvey of Stuart Marchman Act, and they received yet another cut in state funding. $500,000 went away from this program. So in order to
But
make
from the federal or feds or the state? The state.
State. So they already provided the same service in the other locations, so they are
closing not that location, but that service at that location and consolidating it into two others. They're trying to gain some efficiencies so that they can still provide services, but they did receive a $500,000 cut in that program area. So that's really challenging for them to provide services in Four Corners when they lose that kind of funding.
Well, see, this has been my concern all along, and it's getting worse, and it's going to dramatically increase, because when the cuts come from the state level and they pass it down to the agencies as a pass through, or to the counties or the cities, it puts us in an adversarial relationship now with our cities and the
Correct.
agencies, because representing Southeast Volusia, as we all do.
Right.
I just happen to get voted in from there, but we all do. We all represent the county, our citizens in the county. But yet again, Southeast Volusia is having a service provider major from those that need it the most. We know there's an opioid crisis, right? And everybody's got PSAs up on it. Oh, we're going to fix it, but what are we going to do? We're going to cut the funding, and we're going to cut a population that uses it daily. Now, how's this population going to get to the citizens, to Daytona or DeLand? Now, one thing this council has done that will assist in that is the 44 Votran
Right.
bus service. That has been, I can't tell you how many people I see waiting to use those Votran stops on 44. It's increasing. That's, if there is a silver lining and something that we have partnered to help with that. So we need to look at our legislative criteria. We say we go to these drug courses and we go to seminars, and then the funding gets cut, and here we are, our citizens that need the services don't have it. So this is big, but I wanted to be clear, make sure I understood it, because it's out on the street that the Stuart Marchman office was going to close. It's not. It's just
that
what
one.
other services do they offer there then?
They have a variety of services there. They have a rape crisis center there. They have a variety of programs there, but that one is definitely moving. It's medication management is the program.
And that's the biggest issue. Thank you, Donna. George, we've talked about this before in council. I would really like next year, as we look at priorities and countywide, our services, how we serve our citizens. There's some issues that just seem to take priority, and we understand that with transportation and water quality, but our basic quality of life services to our citizens, we've got to focus on, and we need a Southeast Volusia Services Center for many reasons. And George, we talked about closing that last office on Canal Street and incorporating it into a Southeast Volusia
Right.
Services Center. If we could expand that thought and connect with Stuart Marchman and some of these other agencies that have been cut, if we could provide some office space, that would be a great, if we could do a services hub for the services that we so desperately need down in that, because that part of the county is growing. You know,
correct.
we've got a couple things that
Sure.
that are about to be announced in that area anyway. We have to make sure we're providing, and we're not doing it right now. We're just not. So can we talk about that
Yes.
when you look at planning?
We definitely will.
Because just like moving, I think it was a good thing, not a good thing, it was a great thing, on the Public Works facility in Holly Hill, and breaking it up instead of our original plan that we were going to look at one major site to service the entire county. So we need to do that with this too. It's great with Holly Hill. Let's go down to Southeast Volusia and get that services center set up and give our citizens some access, if you could look at that.
We'll do that, and we need to work, and we are, with the cities that are down there as well to help us with that. So we're engaged in
Absolutely
those
agree.
conversations, and I think we'll have some different people to be working with, but we will continue that here as soon as possible.
That's a really good point. Just like at the federal level, we're all waiting, in the state level, we're all waiting to see where things are going to shift and shake out and settle. So after the settling occurs, George, we'll put our group back together
Yep.
and
I think we attack it very similar to what we're doing with EVAC and some of those other issues.
Wonderful.
Okay?
That's all I've got. Thank you.
That's it. Heather, did you have a question, George?
George, you mentioned red tide in response to something Councilwoman Denny said.
Yes.
The funding.
Yeah, there was a notice that came out today. I just received, actually, Ginger Adair received something that there'll be a meeting tomorrow that was put together by the DEP, and we'll have representatives there that'll talk about any red tide funding that may be available, and to see what we would do and how we would use it.
I love that we're looking ahead at the funding.
Right.
There's no new news, though?
There's no
in the
news
red
that I'm aware of.
Testing, right? It's the 2 tests, and the last test said that at this point we're good, correct?
Can I make a comment on that too, real quick?
Yeah,
We talked about that at the Indian River Lagoon Council. What has helped us, actually insulated us a little bit, is the winds turned and came in from the north with that cool,
Right.
the cool air that came in. When the northern winds come in, it pushes the tide down. That's good news for us. So the odds of us right now in this particular outbreak have the odds, may the odds ever be in our favor, and they are right now.
Right, and I think the point is to stay proactive, because maybe we dodged a bullet this time, maybe not, but we will continue to monitor it, or with our staff helping out the state in this case to pull these samples. So, but we as of today anyway, I've heard nothing new in terms of any more cells that were found.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll piggyback on red tide. It's a naturally occurring algae that blooms. It's been blooming forever. If anybody's lived in Florida, it's not caused by any particular branch of the government or government-elected people or Russians, and we can blame the Russians. It occurs naturally. I was living in Tampa in '71, and you should have seen Tampa Bay with the red tide there. I mean, it happens, folks. It's not new. It just continues to happen. I'll get off my soapbox on that one. I wanted to comment briefly on the federal lobbyists. We had 7 that applied. We had 2 today that presented great programs to show that people are willing to work with us, and what they offered and what they said they would do and how they would do it certainly offers us insight as to a real working lobbyist working for Volusia County, and I think we're all going to benefit, and I'm hoping that this does work as well as I think it's going to work, and if so, we could maybe even expand this one, because things are changing. There are going to be more. A lot of it will change after next Tuesday when we know the makeup of the state and federal governments. That should help some of it. Speaking of that, home rule is being affected or challenged by one of the votes, one of the amendments that's out there. Please, before you vote to eliminate home rule in Volusia County, read what it does. In that particular one is Amendment 10. I'm not going to tell you how to vote. I'm just going to tell you, if you appreciate home rule, which we see it being whittled away all the time from the federal and the state and down to us, think of that. The quick question, the estuary program, is that under the Department of Interior, or is that a different department to federal? They said there's 26 or 28. It's who?
Possibly the
It
EPA.
would have to be Department of Interior or one of them.
EPA.
EPA? Wow. Okay. Cool on that. I'm sitting here looking for more things to say, but I guess I'm going to have to.
I do have.
No, there's one.
I have something while you're looking.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll have Clay come up for a second. We we have an issue that we're working on in the North Penn area in the housing. It's a multi-family housing that we have up there, where there's been some code violation issues, but there's also been some safety issues. And so we're in a situation, we've been working, I've had both our building folks and our community services folks working together, because it does affect people who have rented in this building, but they're not getting, they're not in a safe situation right now. So I'm going to have Clay discuss it, because I believe that I think we need to be out ahead on this one. So go ahead, Clay.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Growth and Resource Management Director. Part of our code enforcement process is that when we get complaints, we follow up. There was a previous tenant of this multifamily development up almost to the Flagler County line. It's on John Anderson Highway, which is separate from John Anderson Drive. A former resident there called and complained that conditions were deplorable, things were looking bad, there was concerns for health and safety. So our staff from code enforcement, environmental pollution, fire, chief building official was out there, as well as our fire marshal, conducted a series of different inspections out there to verify the conditions out there. A notice of violation was issued to the property owner, Mr. Decker, indicating that he had 10 days to get this in compliance. The 10 days came and went, and he is on the agenda for the Code Enforcement Board. Our chief building official, in consultation also with our fire department staff, went out and looked at a variety of different things. We got this, just gives you an idea, that's the back wall of one of the buildings. If we could freeze right there, I was actually talking with Dustin about this morning. The green and blue wire and that blue and white wire there, those are basically data wires. Those are like 18 gauge. Those are what you use for telephones. That's hooked up to a 20 amp fuse panel. So that is instantaneously a bad situation. So this is what we're facing. We've requested the property owner to do something to bring it in compliance. There's been a long history with Mr. Decker in regards to these similar type of situations. He's worked with us in the past to bring it into compliance. Now we're at the point where it is truly a life safety issue. So we are going to be turning the power off, which is under the duties of the chief building official. When he sees that there's a life safety issue, he has the discretion to take appropriate actions to ensure that the public, especially those who are residing there, are not injured or potentially killed. So the critical problem that we're having is that almost all of these folks are low income, just be very blunt with you, and at this point they're paying, I think, $500 a month to reside in this area. We've been trying to get them relocated. We made an initial effort to go out and, this is the handrail on the second floor. So that keeps you from going off of that deck onto the first floor. We have been trying to get with them to work with us. Initially, there was some concerns from some of the residents because I don't think that they necessarily wanted to cooperate because they didn't know what was going to happen. Then when they found out that we are going to be shutting the power off, we've gotten a list of their names. We reached out to Halifax Urban Ministries. Unfortunately, they had limited opportunities, and I will let Donna be able to kind of give an idea of what her department's working with us on. They've been very, very good about that. I can tell you that this is not the first time we've relied on Donna and her staff to help us out in these types of situations, and so she can kind of go over what she and her staff are doing.
Can I just ask real quick, how many families are involved?
15 units, but some are single families. Some of them are single occupants, some are not. If you could go back, I think it's the third image that's in the file.
The garbage bag wall?
No, unfortunately, there's actually a shed that they've converted into an apartment that the quote-unquote handyman resides in. And there it is. That yellowish building is the handyman's apartment. I don't know if there's children there now. There were back in August and September. Quite a few folks moved out once we made our first initial inspection, and a new group was moved in.
Can you forward to the garbage bag picture while she's speaking?
Yep.
Just so. The garbage bag wall?
Back wall.
Plastic bag, that one.
There it is.
So this is a group that's, frustrated, and they don't necessarily know where to go, and this is how they're living. So we've been trying to assist them. We haven't received any phone calls back as of this morning. So Clay Jackson reached out personally. He's our human services manager, and spoke with about 8 of the families, left voicemails for 3. 1 we had an incorrect phone number for. What we have offered them, we've already talked to the Neighborhood Center here in DeLand. They actually have rapid rehousing dollars. That helps individuals that are on the verge of becoming homeless to immediately relocate. So they would do an intake for them. They have to provide information, and some folks don't always readily have that, but they have to provide Social Security cards and birth certificates and other things of that nature, and provide income verification. Once that happens and they're accepted, they can find an apartment, and as long as it's a safe apartment, the Neighborhood Center can pay their deposit to get them in, and then we would pay for their utility deposit. So they wouldn't have that upfront cost that many people in this situation would not be able to afford. So that's what we've tried to work with them on. They are going to have to make the phone call back to the Neighborhood Center, and we've told them the person to call. They may have called the Neighborhood Center, but they have not called us back. So that is what we've offered to them. We may try and go another route and take some flyers up there to urge them to call. If you all end up having contact with them, please urge them to call the Neighborhood Center, or have them call myself or Clayton, and we'll put them in touch with the Neighborhood Center so that we can get them rehoused. But they actually do, the Neighborhood Center and other nonprofits would kind of steer them in the ways and places to go to find them, but we cannot go find them a place to lease. They have to find that place to lease.
Donna,
Yes,
my concern is this is at the very, very north end of the county.
Right.
So have we been in contact at all with your Flagler County co-parts to try to coordinate for them, or is that a possibility?
It is. We can reach out to them.
Because I'm assuming, I don't know if you're talking to the
It's a very good idea.
families there,
We
they're
will definitely
probably,
reach out.
if they're working, they're
Yeah, I don't know
probably
if they
right
have
there over
rapid
the line.
rehousing dollars, but we'll reach out to Flagler County government or Flagler Cares. I'll call the executive director of Flagler Cares and see if she can help us figure out.
Very good likelihood
I
they're
think that would be a
working up in
wonderful
Flagler
idea.
Beach.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Question, we're concerned about the people living here. Who owns this? Is there one owner
Yes,
of all these properties?
Clay has the person.
Yes, a gentleman named Lawrence Decker.
That's who owns all of this.
Yes, ma'am.
He lives there, correct?
Yes.
The person who's had continuous problems for years.
Yes.
Yes.
And now it's reached a point to where it needs to do something. It's good that we have, that you've involved Donna and the agencies that we have access to help these people, because they're victims
Exactly.
of this. And,
Exactly. We
fortunate.
immediately put the team together. These guys are we have a very good team working staff right now, and they don't work in silos. The building people recognized right away that this was something that was going to require human service as well. And they've been, like I say, they've been out there, they've been calling, they've been talking. It's not something where we just showed up and said, get out. In fact, they've been working knowing that part. That's always part of the equation when you have these cases, is that unfortunately some of these places are better than nothing until you get to where you're at now, where you've got life safety issues and they have to be addressed. So again, the staff, they took the initiative on their own to work together right away, and that's I wanted to be very to point that out. We will reach out to Flagler. I think that's a great idea, Ms. Post, and we'll make sure that those people, because likely where they're going to work would probably be to the north if they're working at all.
Right.
So we'll take that avenue as well.
I would try to get everyone relocated, and then I would bulldoze the rest of it down. That's just what I would do.
That was the question. Can we condemn it?
We
we
can,
fine
based
them?
upon the health and safety.
It has to go through the proper
But
process.
you can do it.
And we have
We've done it.
we have a meeting scheduled with the owner's nephew, who's now showing up saying he'll address the concerns. But again, we have to meet with them, let them know what their alternatives are. It's still on schedule for the Code Enforcement Board to find violation against it. Again, we realize that this may be necessary to take it to the construction.
Has he not been on the Code Enforcement Board before?
He's done in the past, yes.
Did he comply?
Yes. back in 2008, if I remember correctly. Prior to
Okay.
that, there had been a series of different code compliance
Well,
issues.
I would have used whatever you can on the code enforcement, start imposing the fines to where he will have to do something or it will be bulldozed. I mean, this is clearly a health and safety risk for
Yes.
not only those that are there. I mean, that's terrible, deplorable. I mean, it shouldn't happen. And they're paying rent to be there?
Yes, sir.
$500.
Is what's been
Okay.
reported.
Well, and he's got how many units? 12, 15?
There's about, well, actual ones that have been approved is a different matter from the ones that he's created.
But the ones he's got rented,
15. There's 15 different
that's
tenants.
$7,500 a month. Surely he can do something.
If it's all with that rate. But
Go
we
through the
know some is
process.
500.
Yeah, right.
The fines can be $1,000.
In fact, he's
a
making
day or
anything, any kind of money.
Okay.
Right.
You've got it under control. Thanks. I'm glad that y'all were able to work together and reaching out to the areas, get these people some place to live, and let's move on. We shouldn't have this kind of situation exist. And I did think of my one other thing. I wish I'd have thought of it earlier, but we missed this, see? Y'all, George, you've done such a great job. Deb pointed it out. I've been very appreciative of everything you've done. I think we all have. It's throughout the community. And having the recap that you do weekly, that someone does, a week at a glance, is that put on our website? If you don't mind, I think
can.
it would be something that would be
We'll look
cool.
at that.
Look at it.
We'll
see
look
what
at
you
it.
think.
There's, again, we do put a lot of it online in other areas because some of it's a compilation of things that are on there. I'll talk to our staff
See
and
what
see.
they think, because
Yeah.
I think I started to copy and paste it on social media just to see. That's a glimpse. That's not everything.
No,
But
it's
if
not.
people-
That's I
and
call it a
it's only-
snapshot that they do, and it is now. I had to get to about a 2-week look because every week.
And I
is,
think that's fine. The lag time is fine. But with everything that's going on, if people looked and saw, oh my gosh, look what's going on. Anyway,
I've had several city managers that have said, they're wonderful, why don't we post them? They said they really have enjoyed seeing the ones that they've had.
I think it's good for anybody who wants to see it. And with that, we are adjourned at 2:37. Of no